Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. And we're going to be going over some very interesting territory today. Let me assure you, we've already got some banter in the chat already. Jungle Potatoes. Curtis has my vote. Curtis for mayor, if that's what I think you are referring to there. We have Wings of Cheese in the house. Good to have you on the stream these days. Mystery Give Up Obamacare. Hello, hello. I'll be doing archery, me being the filthy lurker that I am. Definitely filthy. One of the arrows got basically buried, basically embedded into the ground. I'm going to need to get a metal detector just to find my lost arrows. Damn. I'll be modifying it to have it on the same FR as it was before, but still focus more in my aiming. But anyway, I hope you're well. Let's get the stream going. Dilemma's in the house. What up, what's up? Give up your Joy Division shirts. Lost my fucking alley key. Story of my life. It's either a 3 to 16 Allen or a 10mm socket. I got to use Imperial because we have bloody Seppo machines. And God forbid they adopt the metric system, eh? Which is the superior system. Cheese Swiss in the house. How we going? People are doing the roll call. It's nice to see. And yeah, thank you for joining us on this Theory Thursday. I've tried to keep it away. I couldn't put in the title because the title was just too long. But like, yeah, I think we're going to be diving down a bit of a theoretical hole today. But it's going to be very much based on a contemporary situation, being the mayoral race. So I think it is next Tuesday, US time, that the Americans will be going, or the New Yorkers will be going to the polls to pick their new mayor. And this has been quite the controversial run, I would say, from a typical US political perspective, because one of the candidates who seems to be the front runner, well, like, you know, it's hard to tell, but if you look at the betting agencies we're looking at, he's playing like $1.03. And like his closest is I can't remember what the odds were paying. It's like $10 for them to win. I think it was something like that, maybe $12. And that was for Cuomo. That's the next closest contender. So if you look at what the betting agencies are saying, Zohran Mamdani, who is a self-described democratic socialist, is the front runner for New York. Now, this is obviously controversial just generally, given American politics. They are adverse, I guess you would say, to having anyone who comes under the umbrella term of communist or a radical leftist as coming into their political system and shaking things up. They're very averse to commies, I think, given the Cold War and earlier kind of McCarthyism and the general rhetoric against the idea of communism. And so someone openly calling themselves a socialist and running on a ticket is pretty scary stuff for the Americans. But this is kind of, I guess, compounded by the fact that New York is pretty much the center of world capitalism, from at least the Western sense. Then, you know, Wall Street basically is where finance capital happens and global economics really center themselves. So having, you know, a dirty commie running or being the mayor of the city of New York, which, like I said, is the city of capitalism, really, is a pretty confronting kind of notion. I think for a lot of people it's confronting for the bourgeoisie specifically, so the rich and the powerful who, you know, live, work and play inside New York. It's a pretty confronting ideal. But again, as some people would like to, you know, will always point to, you know, if voting made any difference, they'd make it illegal. There's only so much that somebody can do as mayor, but this move towards outright support for somebody who's a socialist and someone who's a Muslim, who wasn't even born in America. It's some pretty kind of radical stuff given the current political climate, I would say. So we're going to have a look today at actually a pretty interesting piece, I think, from a channel called Reason TV, which is a self-described libertarian newspaper or magazine, which obviously has an arm of their media division that creates kind of YouTube videos and the sort. So this is we're getting a critique of Mamdani, and the piece that we're looking at today, let me just bring it up for you, is something called "Why New York is Falling for Socialism." So the title is kind of meant to be, I guess, fear-mongering, as well as engaging your curiosity, but it's supposed to kind of extol this idea that, you know, New York is falling. It's been at a point of relative safety, and now that is kind of under threat by, you know, some type of evil socialist regime or takeover, which kind of threatens the American project at large, and what it means for New York's position in, like I said, the global economy. So we'll be kind of unpacking this idea about whether New York is really falling for socialism or not. Now, we've watched a bit of Mamdani speaking on this stream. We've heard his policies. His policies really center around the idea of rent freezing. So there are rent-controlled apartments or rent-stabilized apartments within New York, because obviously New York as a cosmopolitan center, you know, have rich people and jet setters from all over the place, and obviously it is one of those cities that have been hit hard by the idea of the cost of living crisis and housing crises, which are hitting lots of major cities around the world, where, you know, average people are being priced out of housing markets, and so they have systems in place in order to stabilize rent, to ensure that people that actually need to live in proximity to services, employment, etc., actually have access to housing in those areas. And so he's promised to freeze that. He's promised to bring in free public transportation in the form of taking away fees for buses, which is very interesting. And you know, these ideas are being bundled up and told to people and thrown at people as ideas that are socialist. Now, again, we're going to be looking at the framing of the conversation here and this type of analysis, but let me just tell you straight off the bat, these things are not socialism, and that does not make you a socialist if you want to freeze rents, give out, you know, eradicate fares on public transport, and his other promise is to build more housing to help add to social housing capacity and volume, and, like, you know, allow there to be more housing projects to kind of take off the pressure on the market. So Jag, this should be a good one. Hello, welcome. Well, this is your territory, actually. So I expect you to be interjecting wherever relevant, please, to fill us in. LARP Jeff, www.friends, maybe. Hey, internet friends. How are you, LARP Jeff? It's good to have you. Jungle Potatoes. Which one is giving out free Fent? Fent for all. Yeah, well, you know, and like, if it was, like, imagine if that was on the agenda, right? You know, free Fent for all. Would they be like, I knew it, socialist, absolute socialist. They want to give out free fentanyl. No, it should be sold on the black market like any other type of drug. This is outrageous. This is socialism, and I support our local criminals. I support them unequivocally. None of this socialism. I believe in any market. The free market, the black market, the housing market. I think it's Quobo. All right. So, look, let us get into this. Again, this is just for some context. This is wasn't JD a JAG officer? Oh no, we've been infiltrated. Actually, that's interesting. You're talking about like his military history. The black market is the true free market. Yeah, that's where competition reigns to the most part, up until they start breaking people's legs and things like that. But like, same intimidation practices used in black markets and legal economies, let's say. Indoctrinathan, morning, welcome. Hope you're well. We're going to be jumping down the pipeline as to whether or not, and answering the real hard questions today. Has New York turned socialism? Are they opening themselves up to evil communism? And it would seem that there is some serious and grave concerns that this is happening, and this may be the start of the long decline of not only the great city of New York, but the entirety of America as we know it. Sorry, market of color. That's hilarious. It's not a black market, excuse me. Market of color. Hilarious. Did you just assume the color of my market? Bloody bigot. Yeah. Whoopsie. I did assume. And I take it back. Markets of color. They be the way. All right. Avalava, what's up? I'll be here for a bit. Well, strap yourself in. Avalava. We're about to get a libertarian take on New York's demise. Socialist dystopia coming. Insert gulag. Watch out. Here comes Mamdani. Dun, dun, dun. Here it is.
I'm worried about what Zohran Mamdani means for America.
I'll freeze the rent for millions of tenants, make buses fast and free, and deliver universal childcare.
I'm worried about what he means for America. I will freeze the rent for millions. That's what people are fucking terrified about. I'm terrified about people or someone coming up with an idea to try and address the housing crisis. Terrified. Absolutely I wake up in the middle of the night in a hot sweat. I can't sleep because somebody is thinking about addressing a problem that the market has created in the first place. Oh yeah, keen for that socialist invasion. So am I. I can't wait to see this. I might as well buy myself a ticket and move over there because there's going to be so much rent stabilization going on. It's not going to be hard to find accommodation. I might as well join the socialist takeover. See how it goes.
And before you ask, I'll pay for it by taxing the rich.
In some ways, Mamdani, who's a self-proclaimed socialist, doesn't sound that different from other progressive Democrats.
But what about the landlords? Won't someone please think of the landlords? I know, they've had their time in the sunshine, all right? So I'm going to hand it over to those pesky rent payers. Right? It's time to allow them to have a break for a little bit, right? 4 AS in the house. What's up? Give up your nebulous definition of socialism. It's just socialism used as a pejorative or a scare tactic. That's really what we're investigating today. But like we're getting a libertarian take on why, yes, socialism is about to take a hold in New York City, and why we should all be pretty fucking terrified about this, right? Let's be really scared. I'll start. We're only 8 seconds in. Let me start it again for you. 4 AS.
I'm worried about what Zohran Mamdani means for America.
I'll freeze the rent for millions of tenants, make buses fast and free, and deliver universal childcare. And before you ask,
I'm worried about buses being fast and free and having, childcare that is paid for. This is scary shit, man.
Pay for it by taxing the rich.
In some ways, Mamdani, who's a self-proclaimed socialist, doesn't sound that different from other progressive Democrats.
We will will take on corporate landlords and cap unfair rent increases.
It's time to stop protecting billionaires.
Every single thing he says, even right down to, that there shouldn't be any billionaires, is merely an extension of what Elizabeth Warren has said.
We need universal child care in this country.
What Bernie Sanders has said.
It's insane and absurd. You got people with hundreds of billions of dollars, tens of billions of dollars. The system cannot afford them.
He is radical for the Democratic Party, but he's also just being more honest about the policies that a particular wing of the Democratic Party have pushed for a long time.
Why do you think this particular race has become a countrywide story?
Because it's a referendum on where our party goes.
Mamdani isn't the type of socialist who thinks the U.S.
It's interesting. He's been coached well. He has. And that was an interesting response there. Do you see where this rhetoric is being framed? Like the Democratic Party's rhetoric here. He's saying, why are so many people interested? And why are we watching this now? Honestly, why are so many people interested in this? Because this is a referendum on where the party goes. It's an interesting position. It's an interesting take on the situation. And he's not wrong. That something as influential as this, an election that is in the center of the world capitalist system, would have far-reaching consequences on the Democratic Party and how they frame their political rhetoric. This doesn't revolutionize the party. It just frames what type of rhetoric they will be using in order to garner a supporter base. So, do they have to ramp up the left-wing populist rhetoric, as Trump has very significantly, through the MAGA movement, been able to, I guess you would say, weaponize or ramp up, or effectively utilize right-wing style populist rhetoric. So he's not wrong, but I wouldn't say that this is a revolution that's going to transform the Democratic Party into a left-wing vehicle. It's still going to be a corporatist political party that just uses now left-wing populist rhetoric, where they have tried to stay away from that or veer away from that where possible to not get people too overexcited.
U.S. should just be a little more like Denmark. Mamdani isn't the type of socialist who thinks the U.S. should just be a little more like Denmark. He's a seize the means of production kind of guy.
That is critical for us to both meet people where they're at and to also organize for what is correct and for what is right. If we're talking about the cancellation of student debt, if we're talking about Medicare for all, these are issues which have the groundswell of popular support across this country. But then there are also other issues that we firmly believe in, whether it's BDS, right? Or whether it's the end goal of seizing the means of production, where we do not have the same level of support at this very moment. And what I want to say is that it is critical that we do not leave any one issue for the other, that we do not.
So this is from the 2021 YDSA Winter Conference. 2021 for some. This is what he was talking about in 2021. What does that put him at? He was about, 30 years old at this point?
Meet a moment and only look at what people are ready for, but that we are doing both of these things in tandem.
Yeah, and I was like, what this libertarian guy saying? He wants to seize the means. And that does sound scary if you probably don't know what the fuck it means at all. It's just that's they want to eat the rich, right? It's the same thing. But no, it's a little bit more nuanced than that. That's about, how you control an economy. But here it is, 2021. They've got him. We've got him by the balls, ladies and gentlemen. He said it. He wants to seize the means.
We have to continue to elect more socialists, and we have to ensure that we are unapologetic about our socialism.
Mamdani's ambition is nothing less than leading the vanguard of the new American socialist movement. His message is resonating with young voters in particular, who turned out in record numbers for Mamdani in the Democratic primary. Socialism was tried and failed repeatedly in the 20th century, racking up a death toll of 100 million lives.
There it is. There it is. It's like when people talk about Palestinian liberation and the genocide in Gaza, it's particularly, politicians and public figures, they're just it's horrible that they're doing a genocide, but Hamas, And October 7th, they must say the thing. They must say Hamas is a terrorist organization and they did bad things on October 7th. They must say the line. And it's like this one as well. If you're going to talk about socialism on a libertarian channel, you must say the line. Hey, remember, socialism has been tried and failed, and it also killed 100 million people. So don't forget about that, right? I wonder if this guy got his figures from the little black book. Yeah. Hey, I wonder. Heavily researched video, this one. No bias whatsoever.
Millions more still live under socialism's long dark shadow in North Korea, Cuba, and Venezuela. So why does the socialist movement never seem to die? I've been posing that question to some smart cultural observers and reading some of the world's greatest political economists on the topic. I've come away convinced that the culture necessary to maintain a free society is slowly deteriorating, and we need to do something about it.
All right, look, just hold up. There's a lot of stuff to unpack there. He's just like, I've been asking the world's best economists why socialism and the vibe of socialism continues and to persist when I can say things like it killed 100 million people and it's failed in the 20th century, apart from the ones that haven't failed and are still going, which he proceeded to then show 3 cases of as an example. It says like it failed, but here are 3 ones that are still alive today, but it definitely failed. Look, if you really want to know why it persists, is because it's not something that you can take out the back when you've had enough and shoot it. All right, it's not like Old Yeller. You can't just take socialism and like, look, we're finished with you now. You've done your dash. It's time to go. It's not that. It is a system of economy. It's a way of analyzing the world around you. And when people are feeling the burn and they try to find a way of understanding the world and stumble upon one that helps them make sense of it, then they will continue to come back to that idea until it stops bearing fruit. This is a system of analysis, and there is a projection from that standpoint of an analysis that then allows you to map a way forward out of the current situation. Again, if the current situation was bearing fruit for everyone, people wouldn't be looking for fucking alternatives, you idiot. Like, come on. That was really lazy, saying I've been struggling my whole life trying to figure out why people keep on coming back to it. And says he's been speaking to economists, and then it's just like it starts going off on a different tangent about how he's now convinced that democracy and freedom is failing. It's all doomsday stuff, like the American empire is coming to an end and all that sort of stuff. Like it's just, and now he's going to say, well, people keep coming back to it and that's it. We'll never have freedom or democracy ever again. Everything's on the line here. Are you ready for New York to be socialist? Everything's on the line, man. It's only 100-odd million Slavics that killed by Stalin, but he have to arm him to help take out the dirty Hugo Boss models who allegedly killed 6 million persons of a certain religious group. I love how he's confusing socialism with the butterfly revolution. Curtis Daddy isn't a socialist, Mr. Reason. This guy's a good cultural warrior. Well, it's interesting because he's been searching for an answer, and I'll bring up the question just so it sits with you, but I'm not going to address it at all and tell you what I've found. I'm just going to leave it there rhetorically to fearmonger again. This is the problem with the ism cult. The bloke wants affordable rent, an empowered bus, wankers, and he's compared to Pol Pot. It's lazy opposition and lazy branding from Mamdani's part too. Interesting. It goes both ways, Jerry, the criticism there. It goes both ways.
The writer and legal analyst Ines Stepman says Mamdani is primarily a cultural phenomenon.
The pure economic analysis of Zohran is just fails to account for the cultural worldview and ideology that is very clearly not only part of his candidacy, but to me is a central piece. And it's a central reason why people are voting for him. It's a central reason why he's risen up and why he's popular with a certain band of people. It does touch something in us that is deeper and somehow more politically potent than housing regulations.
Like people's class interests, right? And people have a sense that they are under attack or the system is failing them. And so as a group, with this overwhelming sentiment that the system is not working, that they have some energy that can be tapped by certain rhetoric used by people that claim to be socialists, and somehow they tap into that energy. How does this happen? This is some fucking deep and insightful political analysis, I must say. Freedom isn't free. No, there's a hefty fee. And if we don't throw in our buck 05, who win? Buck 05. Freedom costs a buck 05. Lazy opposition sounds like the Liberals' new mandate. I love the citation that this guy uses. You can tell he does a lot of research. Interesting. Well, not on things that he has a lot of bias about already, I would say. Maybe the other stuff he researches, but the stuff that's already like constructed in a very particular narrative, it's just lazy throwing facts, which are just assumptions, I guess.
Deeper and somehow more politically potent than housing regulations.
Mamdani says it wasn't Marxist economic theory that first drew him into the Democratic Socialists of America.
My journey in organizing and my journey in politics began with Palestine. It was and continues to be something that I deeply care about. I came to this country when I was 7 years old. As soon as I got to any kind of level of political consciousness, the contradiction around Palestine struck me.
He's very, very informed by anti-colonial views. I think he is very informed by his own background. There's a kind of, some people probably call it beautiful, I call it, terrifying meld of third world resentments and modern sort of elite woke.
Some of your rhetoric sometimes, Dilemmas, it's bang on. It's the working class sentiment. That's all we need. The system is not, it's not the system's not working. The system is working exactly how it's supposed to be. You sound like a revolutionary, can I just say?
Views and anti-colonial views. I think it's the same thing that's turbocharging the Palestinian protests in New York City. Look at the signs that say Queers for Palestine, and they're like, what is this, right? Don't you realize you'll be thrown off a building there?
The Venice...
that one comes up a lot. You hear that one a lot. And that is just... I can see why people jump all over that like a rash, because they're just like, don't you understand? These people, in the Middle East, they will kill you for being gay. Don't be a queer for Palestine because they'll kill you. It's like you can't have a position on something because somebody that you're trying to defend doesn't like you, potentially, or has some grievance against you, or is prejudicial towards you. That really undermines, I think, the entire point of a liberal and a free society. There are many people that are not, really, in terms of some viewpoint that they have, are very, very questionable people. But do you not defend their rights for existence or something like that? Do you not defend somebody else's freedoms because you see an attack on their freedom as a potentially an attack on all freedoms or all human rights or something like that? And so, like, if somebody's committing genocide on a group of people, you can still oppose genocide or the killing of innocent children in the numbers of hundreds of thousands. You can still support those people that are being slaughtered, even if they probably wouldn't mix with you because of your choices, your personal choices beyond that. Like, it's just, that one's just a petty take. I get it. Okay. It's an easy win for someone who's trying to take a stab at someone supporting Palestinian solidarity, but it's not as clever as they think it is. Like, it's still a jab, and like, it will get under people's skin, but it's not clever. It's very, very petty stuff. It's like, haha, I got you. Hey, you shouldn't support anything because these people, they would kill you as soon as look at you. I don't know if it's that simple. It's very, very surface level stuff. Revolutionary when it comes to enshrined rights and small government with a Salt Bay pinch of social safety net. Whatever the revolution looks like to you, I don't care. As long as you consider yourself revolutionary, that's the main thing. And that's where I'm going to push people towards, let me just say.
Venezuelan writer Carlos Rangel called this broader ideology third worldism, which rests on the idea that pre-colonial societies were socialist paradise.
Third worldism. Are people across this one? Have people heard this one before? Man, it's going to be one of those streams, isn't it? I'm not going to be able to look at anything for like more than 30 seconds without being, hold on. I need to check that. Research assistant out. What is the concept of third worldism? All right. Third worldism, can you read that? Yeah, is a political and theoretical concept that emerged in the mid-20th century, primarily during the Cold War, and it refers to the idea that the third world, the undeveloped or colonially exploited nations of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, constitutes the revolutionary vanguard in the global struggle against imperialism and capitalism. Where's the name of the guy that they revealed just before? I better look his name up then. What is it? Carlos
Rangel.
Carlos Rangel. Okay, watch out, Carlos. They're coming to get ya. Explain it in the context of Carlos Rangel. Liberal conservative. Offers a liberal conservative critique of third worldism from the perspective of Latin America. To understand third worldism in the context of Rangel's thought, we need to see how he positioned himself against the entire intellectual and political current of the idealized third world as revolutionary or morally superior to the capitalist West. Carlos Rangel was a Venezuelan writer, diplomat, and intellectual, best known for two books: From the Noble Savage to the Noble Revolutionary and Third Worldism. What Rangel meant by third worldism. For Rangel, third worldism was the ideology of self-pity, resentment, and dependency that emerged in post-colonial societies, especially in Latin America. Oh my God, self-pity, resentment, and dependency that emerged in post-colonial societies. He not only he saw it not as revolutionary doctrine, but this psychological and political trap. Third worldism, he argued, was a myth, a belief that underdevelopment and misery in the global South was entirely the fault of imperialism and colonialism, and that the West bore permanent moral responsibility for the world's problems. Okay, I get it. This is interesting. This is very much the basis of a lot of the angst that we see in the West today, actually. Why should the West bear any responsibility for the world's problems? That's very interesting. I think people hate the ridiculousness of labeling. Again, poor branding. I stand for Palestine, but let me make it clear. This is about me and my queerness. Got it. Very interesting. Yeah. Can't you stand for Palestine without making it about your queerness at the same time? Interesting. Cutting through the haze there and getting straight to the heart of the issue, Jerry Poppins. Very interesting. There you go. Conservatives' obsession with victimhood. Yeah, it's pretty much that argument. It's just like, no, the global South, it's their fault they were colonized and subject to imperialism, and they have to deal with the remnants or the ramifications of that. We shouldn't be made to feel guilty about this. Fuck them. Interesting. And it's an anti-revolutionary movement for this Carlos guy as well, because that was a big thing. Like, I guess moving out of after World War II, I guess, there was a big sentiment gathering about the idea of reframing revolutionary Marxist view of things. Instead of it coming out of, the most advanced capitalist society, it would actually be coming out of an undeveloped society looking for its independence, and trying to make the way into the world. Now, my critique of that is very different to this kind of doctrine, but that's a conversation for another time. Let us continue.
Called this broader ideology Third Worldism, which rests on the idea that pre-colonial societies were socialist paradise. The so-called noble savages lived in communal harmony before European imperialists came to pillage their lands and to impose savage capitalism, brutal individualism, and a rigid social hierarchy. Third Worldism conflates imperialism and capitalism, which is why Mamdani has said that socialists and Palestinians are, quote, fighting the same struggle.
What do you think about that? What do people think about that? I think that's an interesting point, actually. Like, do people conflate capitalism with imperialism? Like, has there never been an empire before in human history? Anyone? Yes, of course there's been fucking empires before capitalism. But that doesn't mean that the empire-style structures that are based on a colonial-style model don't take on or take into consideration or impact the way that the economy works today. And so imperialism from a capitalist perspective can be interchangeable if you're talking about the way that capitalism needs to open up the world to new markets. And so, like, if you have an industrial core like London in the 19th century, and it needs access to more markets, and it needs access to greater resources in order to feed its industry, to get more value produced, and so it can go out to more markets, you have a system of imperialism or colonialism that expands outwards and tries to engulf and include more and more people in markets. And it breaks down cultural barriers, national barriers, whatever, in order to get more and more people into the marketplace. And so imperialism, you could say, is just people trying to build empires. But, within a capitalistic context like that, an industrial capital context, the reason why people are trying to go and take over people is not just because they think they're a superior race and need to civilize these people. That might be ideologically why some people are doing it, but the real reason is because they want to break them open to the marketplace. Either they want their resources, they want their land, or something like that, or they want them. They want the labor too. And it's all about getting access to more and more resources. And then once those people are, subjugated, they are brought into the labor market and they start to get paid. Once they get paid, then they have disposable incomes and they can become consumers. Once they become consumers, then there's a new market. And so capital flows. And so the imperialistic tendency that's within capitalism is still a form of imperialism, whether you think it's akin to the Roman Empire or not. Well, that's up to you. Whether you think it's akin to what the Persians were doing or whoever, whatever historical empire you're trying to compare it to. I think that was a piss weak. And again, I'm not sure if they're doing it because they're just not analyzing things properly, like they're trying to figure out what a socialist means so they can pick it apart, or they're being lazy, or they're just showing their bias here significantly. I've heard those Palestinians are super keen on queers. There must be a lot of gay critical race textbooks floating around the rubble of Gaza. No way, I read that before. Lenin just said capitalist imperialism is the latest stage. And that's a particular style of imperialism. But are they even talking about that? Or are they just like, you can't say that capitalism is the same thing as imperialism? Hey, they're two different words. You can't say that. It's not not that it's the only model. That's a misunderstanding of historical materialism. I mean, what is socialist goal if not to liberate us from the shackles of class-based society? Are the Palestinians living a class-based society just based on ethnicity rather than the ownership versus their work status? And so, like, why can't they be two of the same things in an international context? It's a good question, but, like, I guess we'll find out.
Third worldism conflates imperialism and capitalism, which is why Mamdani has said that socialists and Palestinians are, quote, fighting the same struggle.
The reason that I joined DSA, if I had to pick one, was because there was no exception for Palestine. It was because the same fight and the same struggle was understood to be a universal one. And this was an organization that not only understood that, but sought to lift up what was going on in Palestine by endorsing BDS. And so I'm in this organization because we did just pick and choose the battles that everyone was ready for in this very moment, but because we picked and chose the battles that were right and that are extensions of the values that we have as socialists.
Stepman, a libertarian turned conservative, says libertarians overemphasize economic arguments when countering Mamdani.
The way that I read Mamdani's politics, it's almost a register that a lot of libertarians just don't see, like talking to somebody who's colorblind about the color purple, right? They don't see this cultural messaging, or they see it as incidental or disconnected or something that can be divorced. They are not recognizing a register that is fundamental to human politics since the ancient world.
Irving Kristol, the founder of neoconservatism, made the same observation in 1972 when the future Nobel...
Irving Kristol? Is that the name of Irving? Irving Kristol? Irving Kristol. Okay, let's ask my research assistant, shall we? Was Irving Kristol the founder of neoconservatism? And briefly, what were his core ideas? Yeah, it is actually a sick name, isn't it? Kristol. I like how they write it. Kristol. 1920 to 2009 is widely regarded as the godfather or the founder of neoconservatism. While he didn't create the movement single-handedly, he is the most influential early thinker and public voice. Kristol began his political life as a Trotskyist socialist in his youth. Oh my God, get him! Over time, he became disillusioned with what he saw as naivety, utopianism, and moral relativism of the post-war liberal left. Yeah, interesting. In the 1960s and 70s, he reacted against the new left, the Great Society welfare programs, and the counterculture. He and others like Daniel Bell, Nathan Glazer, and Daniel Patrick Moynihan developed what became known as neoconservatism, anti-utopianism, rejected radical social engineering and idealistic visions of a perfect society. Ooh, wow, here we go. What is oh, I just noticed, congratulations on your knightshood. What's a knightshood? Is that some Twitch stuff? Let me have a look. Oh, as a moderator, maybe. That's what it is. Yeah, mod. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I finally did some background stuff. I had some time the other day. I went through and modded. Got some mod going. Thought modern libertarian. Okay, so moral and cultural. Thought modern liberalism eroded moral values, favored religion and traditional institutions. Market economy, but not libertarian. Supported capitalism for its efficiency and dynamism, but believed markets needed moral and social constraints. Interesting. Some constraints here, and social constraints, of course. Often described himself as a liberal who was mugged by reality. That's fucking hilarious. Oh my God. He wields the sword. Critique of welfare state. believed welfare programs created dependency and undermined personal responsibility, but didn't call for their abolition. He wanted reform, not dismantling. It's so funny. It's like, oh yeah, but like they cause people to be lazy and, you know, lack any type of responsibility. But I won't get rid of it. So it's like, well, are people affected by it or not? You know it's important, don't you? Anti-communism and pro-American foreign policy saw the defense of liberal democracy and capitalism against communism as a moral mission. That's what it's really about, ladies and gentlemen. Why New York is falling to socialism. This is a moral issue. This has got nothing to do with objective reality, like whether people should get rent assistance or not, whether people should have access to public housing, affordable housing and cheap/free public transport. No. We just don't want to let them socialists in. Look at them. They're crazy. Later, neoconservatism extended this idea that the US should promote democracy abroad. Hey, that's where the neocons come in. So when you hear people talking about neocons, they're usually speaking about, you know, your Bushes of the world who go over and spread democracy to places like Iraq, thanks to their weapons of mass destruction. That's the neocon ideal there of the early 21st century. Thought that the masses needed moral and cultural guidance from elites. Yeah, this is the part where I don't get it. Like, who sits there and thinks of a political philosophy where you're just like, oh, they're just so much better than we are, man. You know, those elites, those people that are rich and powerful. Oh my God. Let's figure out a way of thinking that just sucks straight out of their assholes and puts them actually up on a pedestal so people can't touch them. Believed intellectuals had a duty to defend civilization's moral foundation. While I am making fun of this heavily, it's interesting to see how other people think. Yeah, well, look, for the most part, it's very eye-opening, but like I can't stand any political philosophy, and I'll go down on record for saying this, that has to find a moral or any type of justification, moral, cultural, whatever, that provides justification to this idea that there are actually a group of elite people somewhere that, you know, are better than you. They are just better than you. And we should all, us masses, us plebs and commoners, should set up a system that just makes sure that they come out on top all the time because they're just better human beings. He defined neoconservatism as the view of a liberal who has been mugged by reality. What a quote. He wrote that the goal of conservatives, was not to destroy the welfare state, but to make it more efficient and moral. What the fuck does that mean? He believed capitalism was good at producing wealth, but poor at producing virtue. And this is where we're at the moment, I think, with Christian nationalism on the rise. I found it really interesting when I was at the March for Australia a few weeks ago, and there was that guy walking around with the cross, this young man, and like he was happy to talk, but like he really was like, oh, we've lost our way. Like our society was built on Christian values, and we need to return to those Christian values in order to kind of, I guess, save us. So people have this feeling that the salvation that they're looking for with the problems that they find in society, like maybe they don't have job prospects, maybe they feel like they'll never afford a house, or like they'll never be able to participate in the system. Their communities have been crushed. Their way of life has changed significantly, and what their parents might have had access to or had the opportunity for, they'll never get the access to. And so they have placed the question or the genesis of those issues at, well, we used to be more religious back in the day, so that's gone, so that must be the reason. That is the reason. And without the moral compass guiding everyone, that's why society has fallen completely by the wayside. And so that comes from a neoconservatist kind of view on things. Capitalism was good at producing wealth, but poor at providing virtue, hence the need for moral and religious frameworks. We need religious understanding of the world in order to get us back on track and to help capitalism stay on course. It's very interesting.
Conservatism made the same observation in 1972 when the future Nobel laureate Milton Friedman invited him to speak before a classically liberal audience at the Mont Pelerin Society. The topic was, why does socialism persist? Crystal's answer was that the enemy of liberal capitalism today is not so much socialism as nihilism. For Crystal, the fading relevance of organized religion in liberal capitalist societies left too many people with a God-shaped hole to fill. When there's no promise of a cosmic justice in the afterlife that will right life's inevitable wrongs, we're more prone to seek justice through politics. Socialism exploits our...
See, that, like, within that statement is the real answer there. I find that if you look at how religion has been used historically in different phases of history, religion has been attached to the state or some type of power structure to reinforce the power structure. At certain times, you've had religious institutions. Like if you go back and study as an anthropologist kind of thing, like go back and study how hunter-gatherer societies worked, how early civilizational structures worked, tribal chieftain, the pre-state, advanced state cultures started to work. They all had a religious basis or support structure that helped hold the entire society together. So everybody believed in the, like mystically, they believed in the power of the structure. And like the social order, and kept it in place. And so what they're arguing is actually, it is sensical in the sense that like capitalism is a form of social organization where we sort ourselves out to try and figure out who's going to be laboring and doing what under a certain division of labor, and like kind of who controls what happens with all of that labor and who gets to make the decisions and who just does all of the work kind of thing. So it is a social system like that. And therefore, without a religious structure, it lacks any moral compass. But like what they're not acknowledging is religion isn't about providing a moral compass. It is actually about providing support to whatever social structure that you've got. So if Christianity failed to serve the power structure at some point in industrial capitalism, and they started letting go of it because they didn't think it was necessary anymore, and now people are just picking it up again because they're trying to figure out what happened to the world, then I don't know if it is Christianity anymore that's going to provide that moral structure, that moral fabric that people are looking for anymore. And so you can't just pick up something and impose it upon a system and be like, band-aid it and just be like, oh, well, just stick it on there and let's just hope the system fixes itself. It was abandoned, it would seem, for a reason. And I don't think you can blame, socialists and commies for infiltrating a capitalistic system and then like pushing religion out. And like what they're saying, like, let's just listen to that sentence one more time.
Of a cosmic justice in the afterlife that will right life's inevitable wrongs, we're more prone to seek justice through politics.
So when we don't have this moral structure that's supporting society, then we try to find the justice of the world, try to find justice in the system that governs us, as opposed to just residing to the fact that we are ruled by the system, which is what religion helps us do. In many societies throughout human history, again, if you look at this from an anthropological perspective, how humans have organized themselves, it justifies the power structure. Religion justifies, and like people feel okay if they're at the bottom rung of society. They feel okay with that. And then the people at the top feel mighty fine because they know that people aren't going to kind of disrupt the system at all, because, you know, they know that they should be down the bottom somewhere, or they're not at this level. And so when you take out the religious backing, the religious support structure there, then yes, there are questions about the actual structure itself, the way that we organize, and whether that is justifiable. And I don't think it is wrong to question and to seek justice through politics. That's a really important goal of the modern project, the modern world. Liberalism, that's what we have kind of created with modern society. We've tried to figure out a way where people can get involved with politics, and then, you know, organize themselves, start political parties, protest in the street, you know, go on social media and complain about life. Like, we've tried to set up systems where people can voice their opinions on whether or not the system works, and they can try and seek justice somehow if they think it's not working for them, as opposed to being hoodwinked by some type of mystical system that tries to explain the world and justifies why it's so shit, but it's going to be okay because when you die, you'll go to fucking heaven or something like that. Or, well, it's a piece of shit, your life, but it's okay. It was meant to be like that anyway. Don't worry, you'll reincarnate and you'll be, I don't know, a grasshopper or something like that, and you'll be much happier next time around. Like, you don't have to justify your shit existence or your lucky existence through religion. You can try to figure out a society where people seek justice through their political expression, which is what I think this whole project of modernity has been about. And if we're happy to just get rid of that and go back to systems where we just live in, you know, under a narrative where we're just like, well, just accept everything now, because don't worry, you'll be rewarded in the afterlife or something. That's fine. That's fine if that's where society wants to go. But we just have to see religion, I think, for what it is in this context. It's not just a moral compass. It doesn't just make people nice people. It helps them fit into the system and accept their place in the system. And I would advocate that we shouldn't just accept our place in the system. I would argue that we should try and make the system suit our own needs as opposed to just accepting our place in it. Just my view on that. I've missed a few comments. Give me a second. This goes back to the doppelganger book that President Sunday brought up. Conservatives get the facts wrong, but the feeling's right. I find those people aren't looking inwards as much as they are judging everything around them they don't agree with, and then use religion to help justify why we need to change it in their favor. The idea of religion as a backbone of Western politics rises and falls like fashion trends. The mullet always comes back around, as does Jesus. That's hilarious. Interesting. Everyone is just a dope smoking hippie now, and they need Jesus. Yeah, interesting. Well, that's the thing. Like, that's why they highlighted in on the word nihilism. And what's funny about the word nihilism, or not really funny, what's scary about the word nihilism, how they're constructing it here as neoconservative thinkers are applying this today, is that nihilistic violent extremists are the ones that are being listed by the law enforcement agencies and intelligence services in the US as the people that need to be rounded up because they're a threat to society. And so, like, that is religious connotation stuff there. Is like, either you like American Christian values and Western Christian values, or you're a nihilistic violent extremist and you need to be rounded up and thrown away. You need to be picked up and put in a concentration camp because you are a danger to society. So, like, the neoconservative concept here, that it's either you're moral from religion, or you're not moral because you're void of religion, and so you're a nihilist, and then you therefore by extension an extremist, and you're potentially violent, is just a justification to kind of segregate us even more and, you know, lock people up and throw away the key. How weird is all the pants getting huge, like back in the 2000s, corn we went through. I still have fond memories of my wax jeans. They lose their minds with indigenous critique. Fun fact, the Bible specifically states that the Christians should follow the law of the land they reside in. There's interesting quotes that you can take for anything, right? To demonstrate any point. The insanely fat skater shoes were the fun ones too. Yes. Fun fact, they removed the Enoch Bible because it didn't fit the narrative. I still like me a fresh pair of gloves. It's still in the Ethiopian version of the Bible. Along with the Ark of the Covenant they hid in Ethiopia, and the guardians of it go blind after a while. Nothing to look into there. I'll build my own system with blackjack and hookers. I do believe people do come to an "oh, Jesus" moment. Please expand your idea, Jackie. I'm interested. Yeah. Yes, please. Actually. All right, let's see how he's developing this.
Life's inevitable wrongs, we're more prone to seek justice through politics. Socialism exploits our yearning for cosmic justice.
And I think about the words of Dr. King decades ago, who said, call it democracy or call it democratic socialism. There must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country.
To Mamdani and other socialists, justice means more equal distribution of wealth, which is why he wants to abolish billionaires.
Do you think that billionaires have a right to exist?
I don't think that we should have billionaires because, frankly, it is so much money in a moment of such inequality. And ultimately, what we need more of is equality across our city and across our state and across our country.
Libertarians believe that justice encompasses the right to private property and to retain the fruits of one's own labor. Those who end up as billionaires through a market process don't relinquish the right to keep what's theirs. Not to mention, the rest of society benefits most from the success of exceptional individuals. Still, some people get rich dishonestly, others are victimized, and luck can play a big role. The children of wealthy professionals have a head start, which feels unjust. So progressives often champion social justice to engineer a more equal outcome, as shown in the famous meme. In reality, socialists often achieve greater equality by making everyone poorer. Socialists like Mamdani
That's so good. One more time.
And achieve greater equality by making everyone poorer.
Yeah. Now, everyone can't have the good stuff in life. Is that what you wanted? We all suck now. So good. At this point, I more believe that Jesus is actually an ancient description of AI born from a virgin, like how a sentient AI would be. What if the Atlanteans had mastered AI before the floods? All here, I fix it for you. That is a truly fun concept. AI Jesus loves your baby. There is an AI Jesus, by the way. There is a Twitch channel that that basically has an AI Jesus running, and he's like talking and AI generated constantly. It's good. You should check it out. Sounds like you're describing chronic regression as a defense mechanism. Are you speaking to someone in the chat there, or are we speaking about something that I've been talking about? Chronic regression as a defense mechanism. Interesting. If everyone is poor, is anyone poor? Eh? No, stop it. You're ruining the meme with that line of questioning. How dare you? How dare you?
Socialists like Mamdani see capitalist profit as inherently unjust, and they think the government can run things better, which is why they advocate seizing the means of production so that the socialists can more equitably divvy up the profits.
If there was any system that could guarantee each person housing, whether you call it the abolition of private property or you call it, just a statewide housing guarantee, it is preferable to what is going on right now.
To libertarians, injustice happens to individuals, not
what we're talking about. Okay, can you unpack that a little bit? The chronic regression as a defense mechanism. So to uphold like the system because it's actually destroying itself, because it doesn't have the moral compass required to keep people together in order to help replicate the system after it's abandoned religion when necessary, it's going to suck it back up again and try and regress towards that as part of its own defense. It's very interesting. An interesting ideal. Regressing back into a form of ideological indoctrination. I can never say that fucking word now. Regressing back into a form of ideological indoctrination to be able to help continue the system going, right? I think that's what you mean. It's interesting. It's very interesting.
Not political classes, and it's remedied via individual compensation for damages, not continuous social engineering. By focusing on specific instances of injustice that violate an individual's right to life, liberty, and property, liberal capitalist societies build institutions with a predictable and universal set of rules, allowing for the type of long-term planning that leads to prosperity. Crystal said in 1972 that this libertarian version of justice was once the dominant understanding in this country because it grew from America's Puritan or Protestant ethos, which recognized the virtues of honesty, sobriety, diligence, and thrift as deserving of worldly success. But Crystal believed it was disappearing. Libertarians can't defend capitalism and freedom in the long run because our belief system has a fatal flaw. It's amoral. Not immoral, but amoral, lacking a concrete set of values.
The central thrust of his speech was that libertarianism alone cannot maintain the culture that's required for libertarianism to work.
Crystal criticized libertarians like Milton Friedman for failing to condemn the libertine aspects of the 60s counterculture: drug use, promiscuity, the abandonment of family values, because he believed libertarians prioritized individual self-realization as the goal of society. But what if the self that is realized, Crystal warned, is a self that despises liberal capitalism and uses its liberty to subvert and abolish a free society?
So let me just get this straight. What if capitalism ends up with these free people running around, devoid of some moral compass that's given to them by religion? What if this liberal capitalist society develops people that end up bringing about a change to capitalism into some new society where they want other things and they have new interests based on the economy that they have going for them at that point, their access to goods, resources, services, all that sort of stuff. They start to desire a different society. Like, that just sounds like the natural trajectory or the progression of an evolving system. So like, as the system builds and people's ideas start to change, they have different expectations because they're living in a system of relative freedom and wealth and the distribution of resources. And so they start to think of other things. And so basically what we're arguing here is that we need to bring back a sense of moral compass that only religion can provide to conserve. So this is why they're neoconservatives, because they want to maintain the system and not allow people to progress or to think differently and start to move towards another form of society. They want to make sure everything stays as a free market paradise. And libertarians can't do that. Libertarians don't have the ability to make sure that capitalism sustains itself and just keeps on chugging along as like this nice free market system, because naturally people start to think other ideas and want to move beyond capitalism itself. And so the only way to keep people on that nice track is not through libertarianism, because it lacks a moral code of some sort. The only way to keep people trapped in a system and in stasis, like to maintain the status quo, is to have a religion or a moral code to trap them there. Is that a cynical way of looking at what they're saying, or am I just reading what they're talking about here? Govern me harder, daddy. Like, maybe I'm being too cynical, but that's how I interpreted what they're saying there.
That is realized, Crystal warned, is a self that despises liberal capitalism and uses its liberty to subvert and abolish a free society.
What happens when self-actualization and the kind of wide liberty that libertarians advocate for creates people and selves who are incapable of upholding, for example, norms of the rule of law around capitalism, who are incapable of not participating in a pure demagogic politics where everybody just votes for more Gibbs. Libertarianism as a philosophy fails because it doesn't have an answer. The answer is just, oh, the government can't do it.
But libertarians...
The lack of morals from religion is why America is the way it is now. Without moral groundwork, the First and the Second Amendment is a license for degeneracy. It's almost like people fixated on self-interest in Adam Smith, and lost sight of being a moral person in theory of moral sentiments. Man, who would have predicted that with an amoral interpretation of market capitalism? Yeah, it's interesting. The lack of morals from religion is why America is the way that it is now. Without moral groundwork. See, I think I'm starting to understand this a bit better now. So this is why people are turning more and more towards Christianity, is because they feel like people are lacking of the type of code, like a moral code, that is provided by something like religion, but they're lacking a system of interpreting the world, a set of principles and scruples that you live by. And people today are unable to live by any principles. And so the only answer to injecting principles back into a self-serving, self-interested, and self-focused society, the only way of injecting some type of moral compass and principles and scruples back into a society like that is religion. That's the big answer for people. It's not trying to produce a society where people feel like they should have a level of integrity, and that should be baked in to the moral fabric of society, that they should have their own internal compass, they should have their own internally motivated sense of integrity. No. People can't be trusted, basically, and we need to impose a religious moral code on them to make sure that they're upstanding citizens. I would say that that is largely antithetical to the idea of freedom, right? Freedom, this idea of freedom in a society like ours, it puts responsibility on humans to do things that are necessary to work in society. They at the end of the day, there is a law that there are laws around murder, for example. Now, I could go and I could kill 4IS. Now, that is against the law, and there are police that should be there to stop me from committing murder. And there'll definitely be a system after the fact, like incarceration, that would stop me from doing it again if I'm susceptible to that sort of stuff. But at the end of the day, I'm supposed to self-regulate. I'm supposed to be the one who's just like, yes, there is a law, or there is a rules-based order, there is a moral code that we have in society at the moment. And at this point in time, murder is wrong. And so like, I'm going to resist the urge to murder someone. And because we've all, for some reason, agreed that murdering someone is wrong. Now, again, there are mechanisms out there to coercively get me to stick to that rule set. There are police out there, but like, there's not enough police out there to accompany me at all times to make sure that I don't go and murder 4IS. So like, at a certain point, we do have a moral code inside of us. There is a form of self-regulation that a free society does exist on. I'm sure one day we're going to have little drones that follow us around. We already have phones that follow us around everywhere. And so they can track us and make sure we're doing the right thing. But like, there is a sense that in a free society, in a society that we live in at the moment, like, people do have to self-regulate. And so like, I think it will diminish or subvert the responsibility of us as individuals to self-regulate if we're just like, well, you know, we need some moral compass from somewhere, so like, we better just hand it over to religion, and like, religion can do it for us. And like, you know, life was better back when everyone was religious because it helped them self-regulate better, because the capitalist system is capable of such debauchery and self-interest and like, you know, purely self-focused individualism, it's capable of such atrocious individualism that, like, you know, the only way to battle that tendency within capitalism where everyone just thinks about themselves and, like, you know, it becomes a hedonistic society, the only way to battle that is to bring in the Christian values again. I just, you know, I'm worried about the ramifications for that, to be honest. I'm worried about that. Mr. Free Movement's spot on. If you've demonized the alternative to it being meaningless, then it makes sense that you have we got to go back to the good old days argument. Cheese whiz. Even gullibles and neos, God is in control. We're losing control. We're doing God wrong. God is no longer in control. Let's put God back in control. That's basically the argumentation, though, isn't it? It's just like, oh, we're losing control of society. And, like, there's a reason for that. Like, the way that our market system works has turned us all into these, you know, hyper consumers that are really, really inwardly focused and only satisfied with instantaneous gratification methods. And, like, everyone's questioning, oh fuck, how did we get here? Well, we've delivered a society through that, like, where we're just perfect consumers who are into instant gratification and nothing else. And, like, where did we go wrong? And then now we need to have we need to get some system back in where that gives us moral compass. It's like, and so we're losing control, and let's put God back in control. I don't know if that is the answer. I'm struggling with that one. And that's what they're arguing here. And this is libertarian. I thought the libertarians would be a little bit more cautious of this type of logic, to be honest. You're basically covering a theory of moral sentiments. This is great. Self-interest, own interest, other interests. The police will show you how to pull the trigger. Oh, man. Every time I bring up coppers, so good. Just wait. Jag's going to have a response to that. Would you use a machete, or did you just put it in the blue bin and have to use a bat? Yeah. At this point in time, murder is wrong. Yeah, mystery, 30th to 10th, 25. But, like, you know what I'm saying, right? At this point in time, and that's the thing with cultural and moral compasses and all that sort of stuff, cultural indicators. These are ideological things that shift over time with with moods and sentiments. And so, you know, there was a time when murder wasn't wrong. You know, it wasn't policed. And, like, it may go back to that at some point. Like, it may, look, if we if we transition into Christian capitalism, because what these people are calling for is there is no moral justice in capitalism anymore. And the only way to do that is to, as a neoconservative opinion, is to go back to God and to religion to find our morality so we can exist with capitalism, so we can all live in a nice market society and just be good people to one another. And the only way to do that is to accept Jesus. Like, maybe if anyone steps out of line, when we all go back to and find Jesus, we'll be like, if anyone steps out of line, like a woman, for instance, we'll all call her a witch, and then we'll get around, gather around in the town center and burn her at the stake. And then that would be, what I'm saying is, at that point in time, murder would be considered completely acceptable stuff. Because we've found God again, and now witches are considered heretics, and heretics should be purified by fire. And we can all, we can all rebuild our communities by standing around watching people burn. God obviously on our side, and our God is right. The 3,000 other gods throughout human history were obviously wrong. And they all served a purpose. All those 3,000 other gods throughout human history all served a purpose at the time, to reinforce the social system, the social organization. And they all did their jobs. And so, like, what is being argued here is, in a system, a market system that is devoid, that is amoral, as he talks about, because in a market sense, you just want people to make good market decisions, i.e. be good consumers. And, like, morality gets in the way of being a good consumer, let's be honest. So in a system of great consumers, how do you re-inject a moral code where people feel like everything's failing? If anyone steps out of line, like a woman, for instance, we'll call her a witch. Mystery 30. Look, you're taking me out of context. All right. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Oh, man, I can't wait to see this highlight reel you have on me, Jerry Poppins. It's not going to be great, man. It's not going to be great. All right. Back to it. I'm struggling with this one, okay? With this moral argument. Now, I understand a little bit better where neoconservatism comes from, but like I don't think you can just supplant a religious doctrine on top of a market system because you're pissed off that everyone's just acting in a self-interested way, and then not even question why the self-interest is happening in the first place. Why are people nihilistic and self-interested? Let's not question it. Let's just, there's a moral issue there. We'll find some type of way of treating that. And it's like, are you finding the right solution? Is that the right treatment? Or is it just a treatment? Are you really treating like the issue, or are you just treating like the symptoms?
Can fight for cultural values without contradicting any of their fundamental political beliefs. And they should. This isn't the first time we've been in this predicament. The Austrian economists F.A. Hayek and Joseph Schumpeter were asking the same timeless questions in Europe during the interwar years. Why was collectivism taking hold? Schumpeter, who used the phrase creative destruction to describe how innovation spurs material progress by upending the existing order, worried that these same forces undermined popular support for classical liberalism in his 1943 book, Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy. Schumpeter observed that capitalism has a tendency to destroy the moral authority of institutions like the church, slavery, or the monarchy, but it doesn't stop there. It goes on to attack.
Can somebody explain to me why fucking slavery is a moral institution? Like, honestly. I get the religious one that he was saying, and maybe even the class system, like a monarchy. You could argue it's a moral system. Like, why is slavery a moral system? That's what they said, right?
Capitalism has a tendency to destroy the moral authority of institutions like the church, slavery, or the monarchy. But it doesn't stop there. It goes on to attack private property and the bourgeois values that undergird the liberal order. Crystal would make roughly the same observations 30 years later. Schumpeter also noted that capitalism generates enough abundance to support a large class of intellectuals lacking in practical skills who feel underappreciated in a market economy, such as Karl Marx himself, whose father criticized him for his extravagant, disorderly, and degenerate lifestyle.
Oh my God, there it is. Let's see where they're going. Right.
The writer and social psychology researcher, disorderly and such as Karl Marx himself, whose father criticized him for his extravagant, disorderly, and degenerate lifestyle.
There you go. You can now discount everything we've ever talked about in terms of Karl Marx's understanding of capitalism here. Ever. Like, everything he's ever fucking talked about, dismiss it all. We've now gotten to the root of it. Karl Marx's own father called him a fucking degenerate with an extravagant and disorderly degenerate, and was critiquing his lifestyle. He must be the first man in history whose father has ever called him a degenerate and has dissed him on his disorderly or extravagant lifestyle. First person in history whose parents were not happy with what they were doing with their life. First time ever, never happened again. Dismiss anything he's ever talked about. His parents were not wrong. Remember that. Oh my God, so good. I love it. Marx was a bum. He said it. There it is. See? First time in history a parent has ever been upset that their child turned out to be a goddamn bum. So good. It's a figure of speech. It doesn't have to be religion, just morals. I knew I liked this guy. So good.
Skills who feel underappreciated.
And like, isn't it funny how it's just like capitalism produces a group of intellectuals that live off the system because of the abundance that capitalism provides. The general abundance of capitalism allows there just to be a class of lazy ass intellectuals that do fuck all, and they sit around, they feel underappreciated, and then they want to justify their existence and feel important, so they come up with these crackpot ideas that undermine capitalism itself. It's a self-defeating system. Upset. When I got my first tattoo, my dad said, the only people I know with tattoos are trash. All right, there's two people in history now that have ever been bad-mouthed by their fathers. Karl Marx and Jag, and that's it. Only time in history. So good, man. How dare Marx be anything but a stuffed shirt? So good. But it does take the community. That's so funny, man.
In a market economy, such as Karl Marx himself, whose father criticized him for his extravagant, disorderly, and degenerate lifestyle. The writer and social psychology researcher Rob Henderson, who coined the phrase luxury beliefs, agrees.
One thing that's interesting about New York is I think New York has the highest percentage of people with bachelor's degrees, especially Manhattan in particular, out of any U.S. city. And so you're seeing a lot of people who were promised high-paid positions, comfortable white-collar jobs, nice house, nice life, and didn't come as easily as they'd hoped with the rise of housing costs and the unpredictability of the economy and the rise.
You hear the twisting there? It's just like people who grew up at a time and where they were told or promised by the system that they would have a better existence, or at least the same existence as prospects as their parents did or their grandparents, and have been told that this is such a wonderful system, and then when their expectations are dashed, it's their fault. It's them for being greedy little pricks who have, who dared to expect that the system would allow them and afford them the same type of shit that their parents had. No, it's not the system that has failed. It is these little spoiled pricks that think that they should have access to the same stuff that their parents or previous generations had. They're the fucking problem, not the fact that the system has failed to deliver on that one. Can you briefly describe the concept of luxury beliefs? You better get in line. Yeah, I know, right? I'll level with him though. Marx was a bum, but he had some lovely ideas, and that was his contribution. Dad just didn't get it. Yeah, he was a bum. He was a fucking bum. But why does that? What does that have anything to do with his contribution to society? Once you can connect the dots there, then I completely will be there with you. Luxury beliefs was coined by social commentator Rob Henderson. Beliefs or opinions that confer social status of the upper class while often harming or disadvantaging the lower class. Is that what this guy's name was? Rob Henderson? Let's have a look. Yeah, Rob Henderson. This is the guy. Okay. Just as the wealthy once signaled status through material luxury goods like jewelry, cars, designer clothes, today's elites often signal their status through ideas and moral stances. These luxury beliefs cost little to hold for the wealthy, but can have real social costs. That's interesting. Expressing progressive or unconventional views shows one is educated, compassionate, or cosmopolitan. Asymmetrical cost. Wealthy people can afford the consequences of those ideas. Poorer people often cannot. Example, elite individuals might promote defunding the police or loosening family norms while living in safe, affluent neighborhoods and stable family structures. But when those ideas influence policy or culture, working class communities bear the brunt. Or how about this? How about we turn this on its head for a second, and people who live in people who live an affluent existence. So an existence where their needs are met because of the general abundance that is around them, start promoting ideas like defunding the police or loosening family norms, which are like restrictions on people's individuality and individual freedom. They start expressing ideas because of their general affluence. Okay? Instead of, oh, the only people that can afford to have those beliefs in this society is people like this. Well, why do they afford that? Because they live in a system where only some people live affluently. Why do we challenge that assumption right there, that society has to be structured in a way where some people are affluent and other people are not? Let's start with that fucking assumption there. Man, I'm pissed off today.
White collar jobs, nice house, nice life, and didn't come as easily as they'd hoped with the rise of housing costs and the unpredictability of the economy and the rise of AI. We have this tendency, I write about psychology, this upward social comparison. When we evaluate our lives, we don't look at the people beneath us and think, oh, thank goodness I'm not that person. You step past a homeless person in the sidewalk, you rarely think like, thank goodness I'm not that person. But then when you see someone who's doing really well, you might think, well, why does he or she have all of that and not me?
Maybe that's why, in New York's Democratic mayoral primary, the lowest income bracket skewed towards Andrew Cuomo, while upper middle class voters went for Mamdani. The richest neighborhoods, which would be most affected by high taxes.
Is this true? Is this true, do you reckon? Let's have a look at this. My God, the social phenomenon. We have just heard an allegation made that in the New York mayoral election race, low-income people skewed towards Cuomo, and higher income people are skewed towards Mamdani. Are you aware of any investigation or analysis that shows this trend? Okay, here's what the data shows. Analysis by Associated Press indicates, in general, Cuomo won more votes than Mamdani among the lowest income voters. Connecticut Post. That same analysis shows Mamdani started overtaking Cuomo in census tracts with median house incomes of about 60 to 70,000. In the context of New York City, that's not a high income, with many households still qualify for rental assistance. Among the very highest income neighborhoods, median incomes above 150,000. One source notes that 15 such neighborhoods, Mamdani won 8 and Cuomo won 7. So high income isn't a clean split. Okay, so Cuomo is ahead. Does track better, it would seem. Cuomo won more votes than Mamdani amongst the lowest income voters. The same analysis shows that Mamdani started overtaking Cuomo in census tracts with medium household income, 60 to 70,000. But in the context of New York, that's not high income and people need rental assistance. So it's what, New York specific then? So to your question, yes, there is evidence that among the lowest income voters, Cuomo performed better than Mamdani. And yes, higher income brackets did not overwhelmingly favor Cuomo. Mamdani won a higher number of them. But the simple phrase, low income equals Cuomo, high income equals Mamdani, would be misleading, because middle income band is where the shift appears to have happened, where the high income areas that there were higher income areas that Mamdani won. The lowest income group is broadly defined and includes many overlapping demographic factors. If you like, I can pull up detailed. No, it's fine. Don't worry about that. Okay, so it's a little bit more nuanced than that. A little bit more nuanced than that.
Income bracket skewed towards Andrew Cuomo, while upper middle class voters went for Mamdani. The richest neighborhoods, which would be most affected by high taxes and wealth redistribution, picked Cuomo.
So if you're a millennial or an adult Gen Zer and you grew up raised by boomer Gen X parents who did have a nice house, and you were raised in that kind of comfort and affluence, and then you see your own job prospects and you're in your 20s or 30s and realizing I'm probably not going to get the same size house as my parents, I'm probably not going to have the same kind of comfortable, lavish lifestyle as them, that this makes you want to, I think Turchin in one of his books says, kind of flip the game board over and start over. And so there is something interesting here where they are objectively doing extremely well. If you take a random upper middle class college educated New Yorker, they're doing better than just about everyone in New York, but people don't compare themselves to the average person. They compare themselves to those who are around them, those who they could reasonably hope to be. Those are their competitors and rivals.
In 1949, Hayek wrote that socialism has never and nowhere been at first a working class movement. He described an intellectual class that embraces socialism as second-hand dealers in ideas. The journalists, writers, artists, talk show hosts, influencers. This group, said Hayek, tended to judge ideas not on their merits, but by how modern or advanced they seemed. Mechanical and industrial engineering were remaking the economy, so Marxists assumed that social engineering could remake society. Intellectuals should be running the world. Broad vision.
I don't know how many times I have to fucking say this one, but like, my God, can we just take a moment to realize that Marxists, or at least Marx, because there were no Marxists before Marx. Marx didn't invent socialism. Socialism as a concept was around well before he was born. So we just got to take that one into consideration when people say things like that. That they're just like, oh, all of a sudden they started thinking, hey, because of how wonderful industrial capitalism is, then let's do some social engineering too. And that's what socialism is about, because of those dirty Marxists. They're the worst. They're the worst. Avalava, I missed this ages ago. Oh shit, I don't want to be poorer. That must be true, given the lack of sources or backing data. Yeah. I don't know how to, I don't know how you respond to big assumptions like that, where they just say that, socialists are basically they're just intellectuals, or socialism, as according to Hayek, socialism just comes from this intellectual class. It doesn't come from anything else. It doesn't come from the working class. There's no working class people out there. There's no working people out there that have ever dared to think of a society that serves their interests. It only comes from a bunch of intellectuals sitting around circle jerking each other and thinking of what's the next amazing idea. And that's how socialism comes about. And someone like Marx or Marxists are the people that just sit around thinking about how they can socially engineer a future without capitalism. And that's where it all stems from. Now, there is some merit to that, but I don't think it describes the whole story. Of course, there are a lot of intellectuals just sit around thinking about stuff and try to put that into practice. But those are the exact same people that Hayek is. Hayek is exactly that. Some intellectual douchebag that just sits around thinking about social engineering. Their social engineering, though, is just to try and keep everyone fixated on capitalism as opposed to changing anything. They're just trying to keep the status quo as opposed to making any type of difference in society. Hahn, Fixer, Kablan. Marx never had a job. So yeah, he just sat around leeching off everyone around him. There it is. And you're not wrong, eh? He was just a leech. He was a bum. That's what we were talking about before. He's a dirty bum. That scathing insight there from Hahn. Thanks for the contribution.
Decisions, not technical details or practical difficulties, are what appeal to the young and idealistic, wrote Hayek. Mamdani's signature issue is freezing the rent for about 1 million regulated apartments, sticking it to the greedy landlords. That's a lot easier and more romantic sounding than actually fixing the problem by unwinding the zoning, permitting, and other regulatory burdens that limit supply and drive up prices in the first place. So are his proposals to have...
I hate this one. I really fucking hate this one. When they say, oh, look, freezing the rent, that's just some dirty class warfare stuff that will affect landlords. What we need to do is cut the red tape and change zoning laws, so change the planning system to allow people to build more houses faster. I mean, just put it really plainly for people, because I hate this one. I've talked about this to death, but let's just say it really quickly. You think a city like New York, they level a block to put in 1,000 new apartments, let's say. 1,000 new apartments. Do you think the developer who releases 1,000 new apartments onto the market in New York is just going to sell them all for $10,000 a pop? No. They will sell each of those units at market value and more to maximize the return on their investment. That is not a moral question. There's no judgment there. That is how the market works. And so if they release 1,000 units onto the market and they are all at market price, and the market price is beyond the reach of the people that can't afford to get into the market, it'll just be a bunch of investors and people with multiple properties already that sap up those 1,000 units and again contribute to the fact that there is an affordability crisis or a housing crisis. Increasing supply doesn't fix the housing crisis. It might reach a threshold if all of a sudden in the next 2 years they were able to dump 10 million new homes on the market, absolutely saturate the fuck out of it, and people just got bored of buying and investing in houses in New York. But they're not going to release that many onto the market. It's never going to happen. It's going to be drip fed through construction projects that take time, and when they come onto the market, if the prices of them are the problem, the developers who spend a lot of money building these things aren't going to just give it out for free. They're going to want a return on their investment, a maximized return on their investment. This is the biggest myth ever, that increasing supply is going to fix affordability. I can tell you from personal experience, I've spent enough time in government, specifically in planning and construction, and if they increase supply, it does fuck all for housing costs. It does nothing. It's just a license to allow developers to continue building more and more stuff. You've got to take housing off the market. That's the only way to resolve this stuff. This is such a myth. And these people might not even know that. They're probably not planners. They're probably not in the building profession. They're probably not developers. But they've heard that one enough, and so they just regurgitate it. So I'm not blaming them for this one, but it's a general myth that is out there. No problem. I will drop truth bombs on you all day long until you get sick of me and ban me. And if there is no profit in making 1,000 new units, the new units will never be built. Simple economics. Okay, fair enough. And if there's no profit in making, I think in a place like New York, there will always be profit in making 1,000 new units. I think there will be. I definitely think there will be.
The city own grocery stores and produce its own social housing.
We'll have to go beyond the market. We can establish community land trusts to gradually buy up housing on the private market and convert it to community ownership.
Rebuilding from scratch inspires young professionals who want to make a difference in the world, more so than defending what's left of the liberal order. A grand plan for society sounds more exciting than just giving individuals more freedom to pursue their own plans. It may be that a free society as we have known it carries in itself the forces of its own destruction, wrote Hayek. That once freedom has been achieved, it is taken for granted and ceases to be valued. This has happened in America, where socialism is ascendant on the left and national conservatism is ascendant on the right. as Trump reorders the global economy with unilateral tariffs and directs the federal government to take a stake in some of the country's largest companies. Hayek says our only hope is to make the building of a free society once more an intellectual adventure, a deed of courage. Liberty needs personalities who will fight to defend it, and it needs shared cultural values in support of its principles.
Isn't it really interesting that they used him as the upstanding example of libertarian values? The guy that has supposedly tried his best libertarian efforts or anarcho-capitalist efforts to restructure the Argentinian economy has brought in extreme austerity measures to try and balance the budget, brought the budget into black, fair enough, and has now had to take a $20 billion bailout from the American taxpayer. And this is the person that is the upstanding value, this is the upstanding person that is exemplifies well the libertarian project. These people have spent a lot of time talking about, the problem with free handouts and not letting people get away with stuff, and self-sufficiency. And they've picked out a libertarian figure, Milei, who has literally tanked the Argentinian economy and now needs to get a bailout from the US. That was a pretty shitty call by them, I must say.
A deed of courage. Liberty needs personalities who will fight to defend it.
And that's the defense right there. Milei. Argentina's midterm election hands decisive win to Milei. Libertarian overhaul. His libertarian overhaul, yes. And you know what happened just before the election? Trump came out and said unequivocally to the people of Argentina, it's like, if he does well, I will give you $20 billion. It was like bribery, really. It's like, this is the exact type of stuff that is, if you live in a rules-based order, like a world rules-based order kind of system, that wouldn't happen. Where you have another country coming in and just be like, hello, people, in your little democracy over there, your free society that they're all so scared and worried about. If you vote well, I'll give you $20 billion. I know your economy sucks right now. I'll give you $20 billion, but just vote for the right guy. All right, you ain't getting your money. Snap. I just want to clear something up for the audience. Mystery has physically built nothing. His hands are soft and feminine. Yes, yes. I have a small callus here, Jerry Poppins. Can you see that? A small callus. But no, they are not the building hands. It's like shaking hands with a wet salmon. Han, Fixer, Cover. New York has rent control. No profit in low-income housing. Only luxury housing where there is no rent control. And so how did that housing exist in the first place if there was no profit in it? Must have come from somewhere. Oh my God. Always money in brick and mortar. Lenny Cole, 2008. There you go. Gay little silk pillows. They are. Hey, silk is beautiful, baby. I build witty retorts every day and drop truth bukkake. Gross. When Milei's party did not do well in the recent Buenos Aires elections, the peso crashed because many people feared the commies would be back in power. Oh my God. Not the commies. Private money doesn't want to sink money into a communist country. So then why is Trump giving him $20 billion then? Less than 2% are rent controlled. 40% is rent stabilized. Nothing more libertarian than taking a fat $20 billion check. I know, right? Jungle Potatoes, I'm back. That was a long shit. I hope you are well. I hope you are well.
And it needs shared cultural values in support of its principles. Talk of shared values shouldn't make libertarians uncomfortable. We aren't talking about indoctrinating kids with struggle sessions or injecting religious language and symbols into government institutions or banning offensive speech. We want to make civic life less political by pulling government influence out of schools, the workplace, and the home. The belief that everyone should be free to choose.
Shit. You're doing shit. Got it. I must have read that one wrong. I'm glad to hear that you are well then, and you've finished your shit.
As Milton Friedman
Mine are usually only half as long as that.
put it, doesn't conflict
Wait, I want to hear this.
by
Milton
pulling
Friedman
government
quote.
influence out of schools, the workplace, and the home. The belief that everyone should be free to choose, as Milton Friedman put it, doesn't conflict with a shared culture that deems some of those choices as bad. It is most important that a free society be based on strong moral convictions, said Hayek in a 1961 speech. And if we want to preserve freedom and morals, we should do all in our power to spread the appropriate moral conviction. Socialists deride qualities like self-reliance, self-control, a strong work ethic, entrepreneurial spirit.
Do they? A strong work ethic? Do they? Like, let's just take the Soviet Union, for example. Like, people made a lot of fucking sacrifices to make sure that that project took off the ground. And they worked very, very hard at the start to make socialism work for the party, man. Like, where do these words and stuff come from? Socialists deride qualities like self-control. Do they? Strong work ethic? Entrepreneurial spirit? I don't know about that. Like, I think this gentleman has potentially forgotten that it was the Russians, or the Soviets, sorry, I should call them, that, like, you know, they kicked the free market in the space race.
And commitment to family as bourgeois shackles.
Commitment to family is a problem. Very interesting. Hey, all those dirty socialists out there that don't commit to family. I wonder if Mamdani hasn't committed to family or not. He's probably denounced his parents. He's since divorced his wife, right? More fiber required. That shit's going to require rest and therapy. Jordan Peterson wouldn't approve of that. Just meat for me. What? Please explain. Like, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the comments or what this dude's talking about?
Marx explicitly sought to displace the family unit with the collective as the fundamental transmitter of moral values. None of these are liberal or conservative values. They are quintessentially American ones, and they are what sustain a free society. On the other hand, a culture of entitlement and grievance, fixation on ethnic, tribal, or class identity, demonization of entrepreneurship and wealth, and glorification of shallow pursuits and quick payoffs leaves a void that the religion of socialism promises to fill. The basis of a free society is the shared cultural belief that individuals have agency and aren't cogs in a machine or helpless victims of a rigged system, even if bad luck sometimes means there's a moral duty to help the unfortunate. One of Mamdani's opponents was the incumbent Eric Adams, an incompetent mayor plausibly accused of corruption. Nevertheless, he briefly became an unlikely messenger for these values in a campaign speech before he dropped out.
There's no dignity in someone giving you everything for free. There's dignity in giving you a job so you can provide for your family and the opportunities that you deserve. So this is not a city of handouts. This is a city of hands up.
Religious.
It's just quickly, and I think we said we were going to touch on this. Maybe I didn't even talk about it, but like there are three things that like Mamdani apparently, stands for, which is the rent freeze, the free buses, the building more social housing or affordable housing, like the main ones. Even like, throw in the childcare. He wants to provide universal childcare. Providing these things, freely, let's say, so people can bludge off them. That's not socialism. Now, many socialists, and like anyone who wants to have some type of financial break or assistance would probably support those. I think most socialists, if not all socialists, would just be like, yeah, fine, that's, let's, in the current system, we need to provide those things off the market, and subsidize them or whatever to help people out. I think that's socialists would support that, but those things aren't socialism. That's not what socialism is. Socialism is, as they were pointing to before, the idea of, seizing the means of production, all that sort of stuff. It's like where workers have some type of control over the economy. So like giving people, let's just make it really simple, giving people democracy over the economy and allowing them to kind of run workplaces, businesses, organizations, instead of, a small group of owners, CEOs, board members, things like that. It's kind of democratizing work, really. And so while socialists might support, helping people out with their rent and making free public transport, that's not socialism. It's an important distinction to make, because if they're going to call things like that, like free buses, childcare, healthcare, socialism, when there's plenty of countries around the world that provide things like that, and they're definitely not socialist. Like, I wouldn't call Australia a socialist nation, but by New York libertarian standards, Australia is a fucking socialist paradise, like an absolute socialist paradise. So it is important to make, I think, those distinctions there when we're trying to understand why they're so terrified by this idea of socialism. Didn't Eric Adams pull a fire alarm to stop a vote from happening? Well, a fire alarm, it's like a government vote, is a test at school. It's not just free buses, They will go faster. Yeah, that's right. I heard that one. Not sure how. Maybe paint them red. That's hilarious. Yeah, free buses and faster. Do you think it is misleading to call yourself a democratic socialist instead of a social democrat? Interesting. Very interesting. I don't know, actually, because what they've shown here is interesting. They've shown clips of him from a interview in 2021, by the look of it, where he's actually speaking at some type of forum that seems to be, I guess, progressive or socialist related, maybe. Yeah, it is a goddamn fucking commie paradise. Eh? We're all fucking commies by, again, New York and American standards, apparently. You can't define communism / socialism. If you could, it would be argued against. But I just did. So please, Han, give us your arguments. I am waiting. I'm curious. Now I have defined it for you. Give me your arguments against. Now, the way he was speaking about stuff, he was like, oh, we need to push people towards, working class issues like, universal healthcare or whatever he was speaking about. But there's still other issues outside of that. But first we need to get people on board, and then we can hit them up with things like seizing the means of production, where he kind of rolled his eyes at it, So maybe he is a democratic socialist, maybe he does think, maybe he does believe in bringing in socialism through existing democratic processes. But the stuff he's arguing for as mayor is just social democracy. He's just a social democrat in policy. Like, if he calls himself a democratic socialist and actually believes that, by getting into this platform and becoming mayor, and then using mayor as a platform to become, I don't know what, governor, or then run for president one day. Oh, he can't run for president, can he? Because he wasn't born in America. But using it as a platform to try and get people to then start voting for the seizing of the means of production, then yeah, fine, he's a democratic socialist all the way. But the proof will be in the pudding, I guess. It'll be time that will tell that one. But so far, yeah, all of his policies are just social. It's just social democrat policies. That's really all it is. A social democrat is just a lefty good at parties. Interesting. Free buses is not socialism. Well, it's not. Free buses is fascism, actually. I don't understand what you're arguing for. Now, I'm actually confused, Han. Free buses is fascism. Okay. Interesting. I'd like to see where you're going with that. Han is just a repeat troll. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Let's just go with whatever and just say, take up an opposite position of that. The water isn't defined as blue. Therefore, water can't be described as blue. True. I troll with facts and logic, though. What? That free buses is fascism? If you troll with facts and logic at the same time, dangerous combination. Tell us why free buses is fascism. I'm genuinely curious on that one. Oh, he's been here before. His first comment in the stream back in January was, I'm here to troll leftists and chew bubblegum. And I'm all out of bubblegum. Damn. Jag. Pulling out of the archives there. Interesting. That's not a troll, my guy. Yeah, interesting. All right, well, you've been exposed, my friend. You've been exposed. Got to transport us to the camp somehow, I guess. Yeah. Please, sir, I'd like some. Please, sir, I'd like some facts and logic. More? More? Yeah, big oofed. Yeah, no, far out. Savage called by indoctrination. That's how it's fascistic. All right.
Believers tend to embrace this kind of individual agency, which is one reason why I have to admit that Crystal is right, that the collapse of religious faith has left America more vulnerable to socialism's allure. That doesn't mean America should or ever will have a national religion, but it already does have a pretty good national creed: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Notice Jefferson wrote pursuit, not guarantee, and happiness to him meant a constantly engaged mind pursuing truth, virtue, and goodness. Hayek argued that ideas...
Slow down. So they just spent all this time saying we need a moral compass in order for capitalism to work. They've made this argument, or at least they've pitched Hayek's argument and the neo-liberal/libertarian argument that society needs a moral compass in order for capitalism to work. And then all of a sudden he's just like, look, I'm not saying we need a national religion as a libertarian, but we already do have a creed, and it's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And so, like, isn't that enough? So capitalism should work, but it's not working. So what are you pointing to? Honestly, what the fuck is the point of this piece? What is the point of this entire piece? Socialism is like a religion, and if we don't have religion, then socialism is going to feel devoid and we're all fucked. But, like, don't worry about it, because we've got things like life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness to protect us all, because as long as everyone agrees on that creed, then capitalism should work. But capitalism is not working, and so we're under threat, and so we need moral compass. But we've already got something, so don't worry about it. Like, it's just a really shitty, poorly structured level of argumentation in this piece.
Work their way from the intellectuals to the masses. If he's right, then those of us who want a free society must show moral courage in our personal lives and in our public pronouncements. In a world full of influencers, it's more important than ever to have the right kind of influence. A socialist America isn't inevitable, but neither is a free one. It's up to each of us, as free moral agents, to fight for it.
So, is New York falling for socialism, ladies and gentlemen? Because people want to have some free buses and some rent stabilization, some free childcare. I don't know, man. I don't know. Imagine a world where people focused on policies as much as they focus on trying to label the candidate. Yeah, like, let's just talk about the policies. His policies platform is this, and people are, I'm assuming, appealed by some, or have, are leaning towards some of those policy decisions. It's like, yeah, let's have some solution to the rental crisis. Let's have some solution to the transport issues that we have in our city. Why is a building called a building when it's already been built? Logic and facts. Ism, label, poo. Policies, never heard of her. Socialism has replaced religion, a faith-based ideology. The deity has been replaced with the ideology. I think she works in accounting. Twitch, Zucks, Bezzy. Quite a simplistic framework there, Handsy boy. I don't believe I understand. Replaced, not think. I try to keep it simple. Not a lot of high-functioning folks around here. Or those on today are too high. Ooh. Which type of high are we talking about here? All right. This one was less good on the why the New York is falling for socialism and more just on the outrageous libertarian, angry libertarian, soul-searching for moral compass in a time where potentially New York is moving towards a socialist mayor. And how do we soul search? What do we find in our soul searching? Well, neoconservatism has the answer. They replace the moral decay with Christian values and problem solved. But this libertarian at the end of the piece was like, but, I don't think we need to go there. Socialism isn't inevitable. And as long as we are upstanding moral citizens, then it should be okay. Don't worry about it. So a cyclic but underwhelming piece there. Like I would have liked to have seen them take a real stand. It was a bit of a cop-out at the end, I'd say. Why is New York falling for steampunk? Can confirm I'm high. Very interesting. New York is moving towards destruction, and I am indifferent. You get what you vote for. No, you dipshit. I don't believe. Instead of belief, I understand concepts. High on their own farts. Interesting. All right. Well, that was underwhelming. But I think people are his biggest asset and his biggest weakness, I guess you would say, for Mamdani is the fact that he has identified as a socialist. And so people that use socialism as a pejorative and like a dog whistle for anyone who hears the word socialism or commie to be like, run away, kind of thing. I'm so scared and terrified of a word. That's what's happening at the end of the day. People are really terrified of the word socialism and communism and stuff like that. I don't think it's particularly related to history. It might be. That's why they put it in there. Let's be honest. They went straight for the jugular and they're just and this is he believes in socialism, which is the same thing that gave us 100 million deaths in the 20th century. So they go straight for he believes in this system and this system has killed 100 million people. So therefore he believes in going out there and killing 100 million people. So they went straight for kind of that level of argumentation. And so yes, people are scared when you associate it kind of with the deaths of 100 million people. So they got to drive that one home as much as possible. But I don't think everyone, to be honest, that is scared of the word communism or socialism when they hear it, even know that fact. That, it's it's undeniable that it's killed 100 million people, even though it's come from sources that are questionable. I don't think there's any doubt that many people suffered under communist/socialist experiments, regimes, whatever you want to fucking call them, during the 20th century. But people have obviously suffered under many economic systems, and that seems to be the way in the modern era. But let's not argue about that. But like there are many people, I think, even without knowing the deaths attributed to communism, that are just scared generally of the word socialism and communism, and it's a dog whistle. So like when you say, hey, he's a commie, get it, like people are just like, oh my God, like what does that even mean? And it's scary. They use the C word, they use the S word. But like where does that actually come from? Why is that used as a pejorative? Why have people come up with this idea, have this Pavlovian response that when they hear the word socialism, when they hear the word communism, why do they get so terrified? Unjustifiably. They don't even know exactly what it is, but they know they're not supposed to really like it. And they know they've got this feeling inside them that it's, you know, there's something you got to be careful of here. Is this guy actually a socialist? I'm pretty sure they're the bad guys, right? I've watched enough movies from the 80s. I've watched enough Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. I've seen Bruce Willis fighting against terrorists with Russian accents and stuff like that. I understand these people are bad, right? I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I know that's something to be scared of. Like, as someone brought it up before, does Zohran Mamdani, does he look like Pol Pot? Does he look like Stalin? You know, does he look like Mao? Is he in the same places those people were in the 20th century? No, not really. You know, but like he does call himself a socialist. So there's something there that I should be worried about. Where does that come from in history? Where does this sentiment come from? So I'm going to date it for you because I've come across this, I guess she's a YouTuber. She seems to be a historian who just talks about American history on YouTube. But she has actually pinpointed on a timeline where, in America anyway, the idea of socialism became a terrifying concept. And this predates, you know, Stalinism, this predates Maoism. So it cannot be attributed to the 100 million people that have been killed by communism. And so the fear of socialism or communism predates those things. This was a fear that was instilled in people in the American psyche anyway, well before the 100 million people death toll of communism. So let me pull this piece up so you can have a look at it while everyone argues with Han and validates him in the comments. Let me show you where this lady puts on a timeline where the American ideal that socialism is evil comes from. And it's actually a very telling piece of history, might I just say. It's kind of scary to think that the origin of the fear of socialism is actually tied directly to a fear of something else. And those two things have been associated with one another, and now they carry on to a broader fear generally. But like it was linked to something specifically a long, long time ago, and we've lived with that ever since. It's kind of scary, to be honest. Jerry Bobbins, damn, I need to go over to Twitch. Sounds like this Han guy is fun. Hey? Oh, yeah. Yes, let's go Pol Pot V2. Curtis might have some competition. Yeah. Instead of Curtis's idea of using poor people for their energy like some weird Matrix dystopia, Curtis has some competition. It's Pol Pot v Curtis Yarvin. So good. All right. Watch this. Listen to this while you guys are arguing in the background. Just take a listen to this and I will explain it as she goes. This is fucking important if you want to know where the origin of the fear of socialism came from. It's again in an American sense, but the American culture now is global culture, at least in the West anyway.
A website that has the New York Daily Tribune if you're interested. All right.
Listen to this.
So Greeley starts to say that Grant is simply trying to create an empire, that in fact African Americans in the South
Stop. Greeley Grant. She's talking about in the 1870s, so just after the Civil War, there's the Reconstruction era. And so the Reconstruction era is defined by they go in basically and reconstruct the South, but like try to figure it out where there's no more slavery anymore. And like, black people have rights, let's just say, like they're actually humans, they're citizens, they should have rights. And so Reconstruction is all about, trying to implement the systematic change necessary to bring about the society envisioned by the victors of the Civil War. So the North wanted to kind of free everybody up, right? So she's talking about there's two Republican figures here. So Grant gets elected. So Ulysses S. Grant, he is basically the militaristic figure and like the central figure of the Northern victory, and like he becomes president. And so there's like a bit of a, let's say, a political difference in the Republican Party at this point. And Grant, who is now president, he thinks that Reconstruction should be done in a certain way. And his political opponent inside the Republican Party, this guy named Greeley, who lost.
Grant is simply trying to create an empire. So Greeley starts.
So Greeley disagrees with Grant on how to do Reconstruction. There's the context. That's all you need to know. Watch this.
To say that Grant is simply trying to create an empire, that in fact African Americans in the South are not good hard workers, and he picks up the democratic language here that has been filtered through Missouri, and he says really that African Americans are poor people that are trying to use their political leverage to redistribute wealth. And you will recognize that from last week, that Andrew Johnson begins to articulate that in 1866 with his vetoes of the Civil Rights Bill and the Freedmen's Bureau, the Second Freedmen's Bureau Bill. So Greeley starts to put this in the newspaper, and
So Greeley, this opposition within the Republican Party to Grant, is starting to put stuff in the paper and circulating this idea that Reconstruction in the South, so like the idea of if the blacks in the South start to get, political freedom or like rights like white people do, then any tax money that is taxed by white people is going to be taxed on white people throughout the country, is going to be used to somehow help create this new society where blacks have rights, and they're able to get access to the social systems and to government services and get access to basically society like white people. And so that's actually a distribution of wealth. If you think about it, all these white people that were paying taxes before throughout the US never had to cover the costs of having black people as citizens before, because they were slaves and they integrated into society as a slave class and didn't have rights. But now they're in on the system. White people's tax money is going to have to go to support these poor, lazy blacks who lived off the land before, and now all of a sudden have to be integrated into the system. This is a redistribution of wealth. Having any type of system like Reconstruction coming in and allowing them to have rights in the system is redistributing wealth from hardworking white people to blacks. That is the way that this person is arguing against Reconstruction. It's just poor black people, they're going to take your money because they need government services now.
In 1866 with his vetoes of the Civil Rights Bill and the Freedmen's Bureau, the Second Freedmen's Bureau Bill. So Greeley starts to put this in the newspaper, and it's a really, really powerful argument, especially coming from Greeley. This idea that the Republican Party is not trying to enforce civil rights. Of course, it's trying to enforce civil rights. The KKK is running amok down there, especially in South Carolina, but that it's just an attempt to keep a group of corrupt Republicans in power. So what happens on the heels of that is that a number of people in South Carolina organize what's known as the South Carolina Taxpayers Convention. And the South Carolina Taxpayers Convention is a really important moment in that it takes a look at the fact that in South Carolina, which has a majority black population, by the way, the legislature of South Carolina is a majority black. And what the taxpayers argue is that they don't care that the legislators are black. They don't have a problem with that. Well, that's ridiculous. Of course they do. They've been saying things about that since forever, but really in political affairs for the last decade or the last 6 years. But their real problem is that these poor people, a proletariat parliament, as one person puts it, because they're starting to pay attention to Marx at this period, is legislating for people who pay taxes. And those tax dollars are being wasted on contracts that provide benefits for African Americans that are unearned. That African Americans are lazy, they say. They are just out of the fields. They don't want to work. And instead, what they want to do is have political power so they can redistribute wealth through contracts into their own pockets. And I wish I could show you some images from this. But this starts to resonate. And quickly people start to pick up in the newspapers, especially the northern newspapers, about the dangers of having this proletariat parliament or these socialists in power.
So remember this, in a particular state at this time, so in South Carolina, there's this kind of argument going on about whether or not these new blacks that are now in the legislative system, they are taking positions in Congress, basically, they're going to start legislating and they're going to give contracts out, the government contracts out to, companies that are going to do work in black places, black neighborhoods, black villages, towns, whatever. And that is going to be, again, redistributing tax money from hardworking white people to blacks and black communities and all that sort of stuff. So this redistribution of wealth from, hardworking white people given to these lazy blacks who just somehow managed to get themselves into Congress because of the American Civil War and because they won the Civil War. They've done nothing to get there. They shouldn't be in those positions of power in the first place. And this is a proletarian parliament. So at this point in time, in the 1870s, when they're talking about this, Marx is speaking quite heavily. He's very involved in the workers' movement. He's with the First National, all this sort of stuff. The socialist movement is gaining a lot of traction across the North Atlantic world, so on the mainland continent of Europe, in North America, and Marx is starting to become very, very, very influential. And so they associate this conversation. They say, well, these poor blacks that shouldn't be in parliament anyway are creating a proletariat parliament system. And so they're all just a bunch of socialists. And so there's an association here, a fear of poor people, and specifically black people, getting into positions of power and using taxpayer money that's been redistributed by hardworking, white people, I guess, and people getting in to positions of power and using that power to spend money where they think it's necessary and redistribute wealth from hardworking taxpayers in another part of the economy or another part of the country. And so they started, because Marx was very popular at this point and socialism was rising and becoming very, very, very prominent, these propagandists in this newspaper and in the media at the time started calling this type of stuff, this support for poor black people or black people in Congress and things like that, they started calling it socialism, because it's proletariat parliament. It's poor people getting power and try to redistribute wealth and use it for their own means. This is incredibly important, that this is where the lexicon changes, and socialism isn't about a working class movement and unionization and workers seizing the means of production, so controlling the factories and all that stuff. No, all of a sudden socialism is when poor people get into the political structure and start taking wealth off other taxpayers and trying to use it for whatever the hell they want to use it for. But specifically, it's kind of related. It's kind of related to, shutting black people out of the system. But they become the same thing, disempowering blacks who shouldn't be there in the first place. It's now it's basically socialism.
And they start to talk really dramatically in 1871 about socialism. Now, if you have access to historical newspapers, or certainly you have access to the archives of the New York Times, and you search for the word socialism, you will see it starting dramatically there's a little bubble of it from 1840 on for weird reasons, but then you'll get dramatic hits beginning in 1871. And that happens not least because also in 1871, starting in March of 1871, people in Paris get upset about the treaty that their government has negotiated after the Franco-Prussian War, and they say that that they've been sold out, and they take over the city of Paris and they create the Paris Commune. This becomes headline news in America because Americans look at it as an example of workers taking over a government. And for really weird reasons, Americans pay a lot of attention to the Paris Commune, in part because we have a transatlantic cable for the first time that transmits information, and it's expensive, so they like really salacious information to go along it. And after the Franco-Prussian War, there's not a lot of stuff happening in Europe, so they pay a lot of attention to the Paris Commune. And also in part because the American ambassador to Paris is the only foreign ambassador who's allowed to remain in Paris during the siege that's going to happen when the troops come and surround the commune. And he is widely expected to be the next Republican nominee for president. So people pay a lot of attention to what he's saying. This is Elihu Washburn. And he actually wrote, again, on the shelves back here are his memoirs of a minister to France, talking about how this happens. He actually sends dispatches from the commune out of the city of Paris by balloon. But they come into, they get into the transatlantic cable and they come to America, and the Paris Commune makes headline news day after day after day, with Republicans and Democrats both, but certainly Republicans looking at what's happening in Paris as an example of what happens if you give workers too much political power. And what they see is a group of people who burn the Tuileries, who barricade themselves in the streets, who behead priests.
Whoa, trans cable, what a microaggression. I was just thinking that if Ninja Nurse was here, we'd be saying, hey, transatlantic cable, trans Tifa, more like it.
Who redistribute wealth, and the women actually fill up glass bottles with this newfangled stuff called petroleum, and they stick rags in it and they set it on fire and they throw it in the basements of buildings, and thereby proving that entire society has been upended. If women do that, things have gone completely amok. So
damn it. So when women get politically active and start using Molotov cocktails, that's when you know society has hit the wall. Fucking, it's the end of history right there. So here it is. Here is the context of why it is all such an issue. Okay, here is the context. Paris Commune happens. If you're not aware of what the Paris Commune is, she has kind of described it there, but it was a point at which the workers of Paris, the working class in Paris, which was an industrial hub at this point, and so there's a lot of working class activity in there, they take over the city. So after the Franco-Prussian War, as she was talking about, people are pretty pissed off about how things were being run. And so for the first time, and this is a big thing, Marx and Engels basically rewrote the Communist Manifesto after the Paris Commune because they learned a lot of lessons. Now, the Paris Commune, it got severely crushed, but it was a time, for the first time in history, as they would have seen it, a time where workers took control over the entire state apparatus and tried to bring in a socialist revolution where workers got together and controlled the entire city. And they broke it down, and they had like a parliamentary structure, and workers, got in there, and they were in the politics and running of Paris, and they decided what type of things that they needed to do. Workers controlled the industries, they controlled the city, they controlled the politics, and they were actually like working people, not representatives of the workers or something like that. They were actually working people. And so the story at this time was, we've got this reconstruction thing going on in the States. People are spreading this idea that black people who are poor and lazy and, they don't have a right to really be where they are in Parliament in the first place. They just got there because of the Civil War, and people promised them access to political structure, but should they be there in the first place? They started calling this socialism. And saying this is what happens, poor people are going to get into the political structure and they're going to start running things. They're going to start stealing money from you, the taxpayer, and trying to fund their own existences and their own laziness. They're going to take money off hardworking people. And then all of a sudden across the Atlantic, you have the Paris Commune coming out, and they're getting direct for the first time a telecommunications channel over the Atlantic, giving them daily updates of what's happening in Paris Commune. Massive headlines. It's what everyone's talking about. And everyone's looking and hearing these reports coming back from a US ambassador, and they're just like, this place is crazy. Like, this is what happens when the workers take over and form some revolution. If this is what it looks like when workers take over, like they're at war with the state, and they're bunkering down, and this is what society's gonna look like, a fucking war zone where women are able to be politically active and get out there and throw Molotov cocktails at buildings and burn things down. Like, do we really want to live in a society like this? And this is the exact point at which this, like, poor people are entering into the political system and try to redistribute and take people's wealth. And so everyone's just like, fucking socialism, and this idea that we're calling socialism now, these people getting into our political system and redistributing wealth, this is crazy. This is where we're going. This is some scary shit.
Americans are paying attention to the Paris Commune, and they're looking at what's happening in the South. And you've got the rise, as I've talked about before so many times, of organized labor in America. Beginning in 1866, you've got workers organizing as a national labor union and demanding an 8-hour day and workplace safety and a better chance of better wages as well. And so Americans look at that and they start to worry about what it means to have workers in charge of government. And then, just as people are starting to think about what they call the dangerous classes, a very famous book that mentions the dangerous classes in America in this period, you have the horror of the Chicago Fire. On October 8th, 1871, just as the National Labor Union was supposed to meet again, it didn't actually, it got postponed, Chicago catches fire. And people look at this and they say, this is poor workers destroying the city. And this is where we get the legend of Mrs. O'Leary's cow, an immigrant who's so stupid she doesn't know not to put a lantern with fire in near hay. That's a urban legend. It was not Mrs. O'Leary and her cow. But that's the popular image that, you know, these dangerous classes are taking over society. They're going to destroy Western society in general, but certainly American society. And of course, it doesn't hurt that by then Marx's First International has a branch in New York City. So people are paying attention to the dangers of workers, and they are really nervous about it. And this is going to give a big boost to the liberal Republicans, who of course are starting to talk about the dangers of the lower classes. And you can see this really dramatically in newspapers like E.L. Godkin's The Nation, that they're worried about workers, and they start to say African Americans should not be able to vote. They should not have a say over how taxpayer money is spent, because they're going to be levelers. They're going to redistribute wealth. So by 1870,
it's all about like this fear of socialism. Before we got the little black book of communism that describes all of the destruction of evil communism, which is fine. Again, like, I understand why people are scared of communism. I talk about it all the time. There's a very specific period in history where, you know, people in the name of communism or socialism have done atrocious things. Fine. But like, that is not what defines what it is. It existed before that. And there were preconceived notions and fears already, biases built into the system, into the narrative by rich and powerful people, by people that were incredibly prejudiced already, people that were scared of workers, they were scared of poor people, getting into the political system and trying to vote or change politics to redistribute wealth from, you know, hard-working Americans, but really from like people that have the means, that have got money in that system, and through the taxation system redistribute that wealth and send it off to some type of government program that might assist poor people, poor communities, or just like working class communities, places where they need investment, they need more infrastructure, and they're going to redistribute that wealth. They're coming to get you. And so socialism really in the US, the American psyche, and therefore has been portrayed around the world ever since that, I think, because again, American culture is very pervasive and has taken on an important role across the Western world, if not much broader than that. You could easily argue for it. This way of thinking about socialism, this fear, is inbuilt, and it's way before Stalinism, way before Maoism, way before Pol Pot, Fidel Castro, and all that type of stuff. The fear is that poor people are going to take your shit. They're going to take your hard-earned cash. Like, you shouldn't even have to pay taxes anyway. It's bad enough that you have to pay taxes, and now they're going to take your money off you, and they're lazy, and they're going to bludge off the system while you work hard. And so socialism has been associated with that. Now, if you remember, they were also watching what was going on in the Paris Commune, and the Paris Commune was literally a workers' revolution. It wasn't poor people taking over the system and burning everything down. It was working people that took over the governance of Paris and then tried to run things with workers in control only. They controlled the government, they controlled basically town hall. They elected their own workers' mayor only. They were all paid a workingman's wage, and they voted for workers to control how the city should be run. And then they controlled all of the workplaces and all of the industry and all that sort of stuff. So it was like the first real time this had happened. And so at the same time, you have Reconstruction going on in America, and there's a big debate about whether we should be letting poor people, and specifically black people, having rights over what to do with all of our tax money. You have this, and it all gets lumped in together. And this is where this system of fear comes from. This is why people are so scared of Mamdani, because he's coming in with this weird policy and saying stuff about, people should have free buses, and people should not have to be impacted by, the fact that they can't afford houses and they can't afford the rent. And so, we need to do something about that. That's all considered to be socialism, and it's worth, rallying against that, because we all know that socialism is evil. But where did the fear come in the first place? The fear came from here. It has a historical precedence. Has something bad happened? Exactly why some speech should be banned. I'm not sure if there's two moderators now that I've made in Twitch. So if something's going down or poorly, the moderators know what to do. If this is getting out of hand, but I'm not really paying attention to it, to be honest, because I was really interested in what the history of the scare and the fear-mongering behind socialism was. So, anyway, I thought this was incredibly interesting, and I wanted to share it with you because it's good to know where the fear stems from. And I think she explains it again at the start of another video. I want to have a look at that.
Idea that any kind of aid for African Americans after the Civil War was essentially a redistribution of wealth. And when they did that, when they made that argument mainstream, they were picking up an argument that Andrew Johnson had made in his...
Greeley's words have lasted for generations. It would seem so. This is mental. This is absolutely mental. So I've always wondered, it seems like it has existed even before McCarthyism and all that sort of stuff. There's been this general sentiment. Now, I always thought it just came from the workers' movement. And so the capitalist class was fighting against the workers, and the workers are evil, and they're all socialists. And so we got to badmouth the workers. And so socialism is opposed to workers organizing, and you can't really have them doing that. So let's associate the word socialism with something evil, and so workers are going to be, scared. Everyone's going to be scared of socialists and then they'll never want to start a workers' movement ever again. But it goes back even further than that, and it seems to be really scarily something to do with, unfortunately, it's just basically some very old-fashioned racism, some good old, we liberated the blacks. We don't want them to be slaves, but we don't want them to be in politics too, because watch out, they're here to take your money. They're lazy, they're poor, some good old-fashioned 1860s style racism. And okay, how do we convince everyone that we shouldn't have these blacks in the system because they're poor and lazy? Let's just call this type of stuff proletarian parliaments, and like these weird proletarians, and this is what happens when the workers and the poor take control of the system. And so it's actually something that's built on top of some good old-fashioned Southern style American racism. And that's why people are scared of socialism, because of the history of America's addiction, its tendency towards slavery in its economy. And so to ensure that the slaves or the old slave stock didn't get too much of the pie, let's just call all this stuff, let's make everyone scared of socialism, and then we'll never have a situation again where poor people try to, as long as we demonize this word, poor people or people that are struggling in the system can all be labeled the evil, scary, or spooky socialist term, and then like that'll blow them out of the water every single time. When people hear that word, they'll get scared and they will vote against it. Even if it's in their class interest, they will vote against it because they're just scared of the S word. It's crazy. No, it's just a lively discussion in the Twitch stream. I didn't help at all. Oh, okay, fair enough. No, Mystery Movement Han is harmless. Oh, okay. Mystery is so wrong here. Blacks were imported north to take jobs. That is why unions were formed in America, to keep them away from taking jobs. Factory owners were happy to hire blacks. There was no welfare back then. If they wanted to eat like everyone else, they had to work. Fred Arsenault. Socialism was big in the US up until the end of World War II. Yeah, huge. And Debs, I can't remember how much he got, but when he ran as a socialist for president, he got a large amount of the votes, like fractional and very small compared to the Democrats and the Republicans who were running. But millions of people voted for that person, for Debs, I'm pretty sure it was. But it was always, it might have been big in the US, and that's what I thought as well. And it was huge. It was a huge movement. It was huge in it was huge in Australia. It was huge in the UK at this time. It was huge all over continental Europe, wherever there were large proletarians, so industrial workers specifically, large congregations of them. Socialism was huge. But it was demonized from the start, and the demonization of it is associated with Reconstruction. I thought it was just, again, like I say, a worker capitalist argumentation thing and a propaganda campaign against workers specifically, but it's got its roots in Reconstruction, which is kind of scary, actually. You know about Eugene Debs? A little bit. Again, just that. About his history and how he ran politically and stuff like that. And he did really well, but again, compared to the Republicans and the Democrat figures, but the sentiment was huge enough for him to get a lot of votes in the system.
Vetoes in 1866 that I talked about before.
So let me just go back.
As the head of the party had mainstreamed the idea that any kind of aid for African Americans after the Civil War was essentially a redistribution of wealth. And when they did that, when they made that argument mainstream, they were picking up an argument that Andrew Johnson had made in his vetoes in 1866 that I talked about before, and certainly that Southern recalcitrant former Confederates had been making. That they said they really didn't care that much about whether or not formerly enslaved people were black. Of course they did, but they were worried that they were poor, so they were going to redistribute wealth by voting for policies that would cost tax dollars that fell onto white landowners. Now, that being said, first of all, that language has lived with us to this day. But what's important about the Republican Party in that early 1870 period is that they mainstream that. You know, the Southern Democrats had been saying that immediately after the war, and everyone's like, who cares what they say? They lost. It's when the
Gata Naranja? No, I'm not saying that right. But welcome back. I think it's Orange Cat, I've been told. Anarchists aren't against all forms of hierarchy. It's just that it has to be justified. I'm no anarchist. I'm just clarifying my point.
Republicans mainstream it in the early 1870s
Welcome.
that make it really part of our national discourse from then to the present. So that's where I left you. And
so that's as far as she goes with it. So look, I just wanted to highlight that because I thought that was incredibly interesting. There is a historical point at which this conversation comes up. And so like that's why people are, you know, libertarians are making videos about like, is New York falling for socialism? Kind of thing. Like it actually makes a difference. Like, let's be honest. Like what he's talking about, like Mamdani, that is, what he's talking about is what people consider to be social democracy. So social democrat style policies where, yes, there's a redistribution of wealth. So it's this idea that everybody pays taxes, they pay into a big pool, and then we, as the body politic, as sovereign citizens in the actual sense of sovereign citizen, not the rebellious style, but like, you know, as sovereign individuals get to decide what to do with the money, the pool, right? And so if you have all of these kind of poor people in there, in the political process, and there are a large majority in that system, they're just going to vote for stuff that redistributes wealth and takes wealth away from, you know, hardworking people and rich people. But if you really want to make that argument better and make it more scary, you say something like, well, actually, migrants and black people are going to come into the system and actually take money away from hardworking white people. So make it a race thing, and then people get really upset, because then it feels like it's been taken away from them, their families, and their communities. It's not just the fact that it's been taken away from rich people. Maybe I don't care if the money gets redistributed from rich people, but if they're taking it from white people or something like that, or people that are established in the community, then that's fucking upsetting. Make it a race thing, and that people get really fucking emotional about it. And so like the fact that it just, like, socialism has been boiled down in the American psyche, or the narrative, the political narrative, to mean social democracy, which is just redistributing wealth and funneling it into programs that mean that, you know, people are subsidized somehow. So like their health is subsidized, their education is subsidized, their transport is subsidized, their utilities are subsidized. Like that's a bit of social democracy, as making sure that the money goes to social endeavors, social infrastructure, like parks and like, you know, nice public places and shit like that. That's a bit of social democracy. But that stuff is being called socialism. So when Mamdani talks about his agenda, which sounds nice because it's, you know, for working people, and you can't argue with people like helping out other working people, it isn't socialism. But it's been called that for generations, for what, 150 years, almost 200 years now. It's been called that to scare people. What he's talking about, like, yeah, making housing affordable, giving people free childcare, or helping them out with their housing costs. That's been called socialism, and it's there to scare the shit out of other people. So they will immediately, in a Pavlovian response, vote against it. But it's not socialism. It's not. It's got nothing to do with it, to be honest. I don't know. Wait, I've missed something here. Gotcha, Fred. I'm scared of Pakistanis. Haven't been in a convenience store in years. New York City is really socialistic. On the prediction bets market, Don has 4% chance to win. Oh my God, 2028. That's against the law, but still a 4% chance. Subsidized housing is bigly huge in New York. Got to start normalizing it now. Yeah, I know. What do you mean normalizing? And squatter rights were a thing before Giuliani got selected. I like those odds. Put the house on it. I'm not betting on Don. I hate him. I don't get why he has 4%. Aren't squatter rights huge in the US? Full stop. Check Polymarket. Those are payable bets. Kind of like that Victoria Hospital that priorities Aboriginals over other Aussies. Fanatical support like no else in our times. If anyone could, it'd be Trumpy. Sup, peeps? Solar Bears in the house. Yo, yo, yo. What's up? I thought that even if it's clearly illegal, they have to plant the seed to start making people used to the idea. Yes, they definitely have to start. That's why they're normalizing it, right? Let's put it on the betting market and then people think it's a thing. Oh, but it's on the betting app that I have. So he must be allowed to be president. Why are people arguing over this? They wouldn't put it on a betting app unless he was able to be president for the third term. It's coming. Yeah, Fred, look, I don't know. I don't think that subsidized housing is socialistic. Fuck C Squad. It's a thing in New York and the Glass House, etc. Yeah, thanks for gift subbing, people, 4AS as well. Appreciate it. Gift tier 1 sub. Thank you, 4AS. Appreciate it. Anyway, look, that's the history that I wanted to cover today. Like, we talked a bit about Mamdani. I don't think he's a scary socialist, a spooky socialist. To be honest, like, you might have a different opinion on that, but I would argue then, knowing what we know now, that the history of how socialism has been portrayed in American politics is probably why people think that he's a scary socialist. Now, he describes himself as a democratic socialist, but the policies that he's putting forward are just the type of stuff that you would see in, like, as they talked about, like in Denmark or something like that, or in any other country that has some type of moral compass and wants to look after its citizenry using the tax dollars that they all pay. So, like, that doesn't make socialism, though, just because other countries do have the moral fiber there to use the money that people pay in taxes to help people out. That doesn't make socialism. It doesn't make him a scary socialist by wanting free buses. That just makes him a politician who values free buses. That's all it is. Placing bets at 0 odds is very weird. But you may be right. Zohran is a centrist DSA tool, but he's better than the other options. Again, his policy's much better. We've heard him debate for an hour and a half now, at least on one occasion. And his policies seem to be much better. I agree with him. The prerequisite for a betting agency to add an option is that people are dumb enough to put money on it. Doesn't have to be possible. I think that's a good point, but I thought the question, it doesn't have to be legal. Is it legal to, is it okay to set up a bet on something that's illegal? It's like when people rig a game in sport, that's illegal practices, even if people are betting on it and they throw a game or something like that, or a boxer goes down early, that's illegal shit. So can you bet on something that's illegal? I don't know. You bet against the Harlem Globetrotters? Can you bet on something that's illegal? Well, it's not illegal, is it? It's a constitutional thing. Is it unconstitutional? The bet is legal. 4% bet. 25-1. If it's impossible, they just get refunded. Interesting. Interesting. That's what's supposed to happen. All right. that is it for the main part of the stream today. I'm going to leave it there, and then we're going to be back for the afters very soon. So we're just going to like watch something and we continue the chat. So if you've been hanging out and like listening today and interacting and stuff, I do appreciate it. It's been an interesting ride. And we covered a lot of ground. So thank you, everyone who's interacted. Indoctrinathan's been hanging out. Jerry Poppins, Han. Oh, Jerry, just while I've got you, are you feeding us a Far Right Fridays for tomorrow, or am I curating my own Far Right Fridays? I think last week we spoke about you looking for Australian right-wing influencers or people for us to have a look at. Please let me know if you're doing it or not. Because then I'm going to start crafting my own Far Right Fridays list. So if you're still here, Jerry Poppins. Dilemmas, Han, stirring the pot today. Jag, Cheese Swiss. Lab Jeff was in the house too. Jungle Potatoes. Who else we got here? 4IS. Thanks for gift subbing as well. 4IS, do appreciate it. Avalava over in the stream chat. Not sure if you're still here. But thanks for your interactions today. Everyone. Squeeb was in the house for a bit too. I don't know if he's coming in and out. Wings of Cheese was lurking too. It's good to have you. Fred coming in. I'm just going to say Orange Cat because it's easier for me. Solar Bear at the end. Aussie Right Fridays, you're doing the list? All right. Hello, that's Sliwa. Guys paying 46-1. Trump has a better chance for the third term. Oh, you've got a list. Oh, great. Please send me the link. I want to check it out before tomorrow. I want to just have a bit of an understanding. Krusty bets against the Harlem Globetrotters. Can you guys see that there? Is it small enough to see? Yeah.
Let me get this straight. You took all the money you made franchising your name and bet it against the Harlem Globetrotters?
I thought the generals were due. He's spinning the ball on his finger. Just take it. Take the ball. That game was fixed. They were using a freaking ladder, for God's sakes.
Oh my God. Very good. Very good. All right. We're going to have a quick break and then we'll be back for some afters. So don't go anywhere if you're here for the chills. All right, we back. Woozal in the house. Welcome. Welcome to the stream today. Hope you've been well. I can't believe the odds on Sliwa getting in is less than Trump winning a third term. That's fucking mental. I guess it's too far out now to call it properly. Ooh, here we go. Let's check this. Oh, man. Very good to see it. Trump meets Chinese President Xi Jinping in a bilateral meeting with trade talks. Oh, they've already had the thing. Oh, they did the thing. They shook hands. All right, let's have a look. This is fucking history in the making, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, press.
Nuclear plans. Why are you going to be doing more nuclear testing?
Mr. President, the President of the People's Republic of China.
Good to meet you.
No, he's fucking. They're both really tall, aren't they?
See you again.
Good to see you again.
Where? Me too.
And we're going to have a very successful meeting, I have no doubt. But he's a very tough negotiator. That's not good. We know each other well.
Yeah, now kiss. Can you imagine?
We'll have a great understanding.
Who cares about Trump? He's on the verge of unliving. Oh, I don't know, man. They got some good science today. They got some great science. Great science. Discuss community-based initiatives, not watch doom porn. All right, tell us about your community-based initiatives then. Come on.
We have a great relationship. We've always had a great relationship.
The positioning of the handshake is interesting. It's always interesting with Trump, isn't it? Hey? And he keeps touching him as well. Don't touch me.
Which way? Thank you very much.
Look at the security agents, man. There's so many of them. Security, security.
Stop.
Wow. That was intense. Height matters when it comes to the president. Look how Kamala had a smaller podium. LOL. He's wandering in that room in Japan, saluting the band and his own escort, needing to be guided by the Japanese PM. Reminded me of my grandbabies. Interesting. Very interesting. So awkward. Sitting around getting pictures taken.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with a friend of mine, really for a long time now, if you think about it. The very, very distinguished and respected.
Look, Fred, I'm all for this is the chill session. This is afters. Talk about what you want to talk about and everyone will jump in. But like this is significant, what we're witnessing here. If you don't think that like what happens in the world capitalist economy reverberates throughout society and what these two leaders come up with here at the end of their meeting isn't going to impact the fucking human race to some extent, then like, you know, I don't know what to say actually. Like it really is important what these two heavyweights do in the capitalistic sense. They have a lot of sway over the world economy. Fuck, Trump talks shit. So, like, yeah, please, if you have any comments about community-based initiatives or how we build a better society, all ears. It's not significant. It's smoke and mirrors, distractions. Well, explain why. Why it's smoke and mirrors. Like, the real talks happen behind closed doors, and this is just the public face. But it's, you know, it affects a lot of working class people, whatever decisions they make. Definitely affects a lot of working class people. What are we watching, Wuzo? What's this? Trump's awkward moment. Oh, is this with the Japanese Prime Minister? Oh, you passed the link? Oh, sorry, I didn't see any links. Apologies. I'll have to have a look through the chat. Give me a second. Post it again. Where's the link? Where's this link? Can you post it again? I don't know. We're about to find out. What's this? Trump appears confused. No, the link? No, Fred's saying that he dropped a link somewhere. I can't see the link. It's in YouTube chat? Oh no, I can't see any other links.
But we're going to listen in. Fox News is inside the room. Let's take a listen.
This is a live look at the actual meeting, Lisa.
Sometimes YouTube deletes links. Yeah, you're gonna have to drop it again then, if you're interested. I'll put Discord up there for people. There you go. There's Discord. Anyone who's watching this right now and wants to add their propaganda to the machine, add your propaganda there.
Elected president of China, and we will be having some discussions. I think we've already agreed to a lot of things, and we'll agree to some more right now. But President Xi is a great leader of a great country, and I think we're going to have a fantastic relationship for a long period of time. And it's an honor to have you with us. Thank you very much.
President Trump, it is a great pleasure for me as well to meet you. And it feels very warm seeing you again because it's been many years. Since your re-election, we have spoken on the phone 3 times. exchanged several letters, and stayed in close contact. Under our joint guidance, China-US relations have remained stable on the whole. Given our different national conditions, we do not always see eye to eye with each other, and it is normal for the two leading economies of the world to have frictions now and then. And in the face of winds, waves, and challenges, you and I, at the helm of China-US relations, should stay the right course.
Winds, waves, and challenges. The Chinese rhetoric is full of references to nature. It's really interesting.
And ensure the steady sailing forward of the giant ship of China-US relations. I always believe...
Yeah, his face, he does seem different, doesn't he? And like she brought it up straight away as just like two biggest economies. Eh? No bullying me this time, or any time. Very interesting.
I believe that China's development goes hand in hand with your vision to make America great again. Our two countries are fully able to help each other succeed and prosper together. Over the years, I have stated in public many times that China and the United States should be partners and friends. This is what history has taught us and what reality demands. A few days ago, in the latest round of consultation, our two economic and trade teams reached basic consensus on addressing our respective major concerns.
If you're off,
and
you're off.
encouraging progress.
See you later.
This provided the necessary conditions for our meeting
See you
today.
next time.
Mr. President, I am ready to continue working with you to build a solid foundation for China-US relations and create a sound atmosphere for the development of both countries. Mr. President, you care a lot about world peace. And you are very enthusiastic about settling various regional hotspot issues. I appreciate your great contribution to the recent conclusion of the Gaza ceasefire agreement. During your visit to Malaysia, you witnessed the signing of the Joint Declaration on Peace along the Cambodia-Thailand border, to which you had provided input. China has been helping in our own way Cambodia and Thailand properly settle their border disputes, and we have also been promoting peace talks to resolve other hotspot issues.
Once China backs out of selling rare earths and Trump has to get it from us, Albo should throw a tariff on them. Yeah, well, once you have it, you have the power. Yeah? But you need the infrastructure first. They need to build those things. It's going to take a while as well.
The world today is confronted with many tough problems. China and the US can jointly shoulder our responsibility as major countries and work together to accomplish more great and concrete things for the good of our two countries and the whole world. I look forward to exchanging views with you on questions important for our two countries and the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, so they go and have another handshake. Oh, it's almost over. That was it? Ah, boo.
It's great to have you all. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, why did you change your nuclear plans? Why are you going to be doing more nuclear testing?
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And they handshaked again. That was it. Interesting.
Okay, we're heading out.
Very interesting. That's all that happened. We'll see what happens, so, with this deal. What's going to happen? Are you going to hit them up with greater tariffs? Who knows? They completely ignored that question? Yeah. Not this time, buddy. Not interested. All right. Let's have a quick squeeze. I do want to actually check this out because someone brought this up to me today and I didn't even have any idea that this has happened. So I'd like to get. Yeah, how did I miss this? A day ago. Mine explosion. Okay, so this is two people killed in a mine explosion in Cobar, Western New South Wales. Fuck. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's all they've got is a 2-minute segment explaining it. Fuck, the Australian broadcaster is useless. They've got no details on it at all. Fucking useless. All right, let's have a look at this. Were people aware about this? Yeah, they completely ignored the question about nuclear testing. He's just staring at them. All right, see you later, guys.
Breaking news out of the far west of New South Wales, where 2 miners have died in an underground explosion. Our reporter Max Tillman is following the story and he joins us now. Good morning, Max. This is really sad news. What do we know?
It is indeed, James. What we know is that police were first called to the Endeavour mine in Cobar, which is about 450 kilometres east of Broken Hill in the far west of New South Wales at around 3:45 a.m. following reports of an underground blast that had left 2 people.
Thanks for us. I think Fred is gone, by the way. Holy shit, I can't believe this. In this day and age...
3:45 a.m. following reports of an underground blast that had left 2 people critically injured. What we understand is that New South Wales police, as well as other emergency services, made their way to that mine site. What they discovered was a man who had died in that underground blast. We understand 2 women were then brought to the surface. One of those women has later died, while another woman remains in hospital with shock and hearing loss injuries. Now, we know that New South Wales Police and emergency services are still on the scene in Cobar at the moment. We understand that the Endeavour mine is a subterranean mine that mainly deals with silver, lead and zinc, and as well as New South Wales Police and emergency services, who are obviously on the scene and will be throughout the day. They're being joined by Safe Work New South Wales investigators as they try to get to the bottom of what could have potentially caused this blast.
This is crazy. This is working class news right here. And like in this day and age, what is going on? I was wondering if people had heard about this. I was only this was brought to my attention just this morning by someone. Very sad stuff. Okay. An explosion in a mine. I know, look, accidents happen and all that sort of stuff, but they're supposed to have some, it's supposed to have good processes, good regulations in Australia, work health, safety, all that sort of stuff. I guess we'll find out more details about this, but that's all they've got going at the moment. This was 2 days ago. That's all the ABC have. It's fucked. I might wait until Fred comes back so we can watch this. I might just check it out quickly. But it seems like Fred wanted to watch this, so we'll see what Fred was talking about. Now, 1970, 16mm educational film, Charas, Geodesic Domes, New York City. This channel is not monetized. If you'd like to see what you see here, it would have helped me continue sharing. Charas was an organization that emerged from the Real Great Society, a self-organized education-focused group of young organizers who had grown up in the neighborhood of Lo Sada. Unlike the Real Great Society, Charas was a holistic, multi-issue organization that addressed issues as wide-ranging as housing, environmentalism, education. Let's have a quick look. I saw a bloke at work get his hand cut off in some rollers, crushed his whole hand. Yeah. Accidents still happen no matter. Yeah, look, I get it. Accidents happen. But like, this is, an explosion in a mine, like 2 people dead. It's not to take away from the gravity of losing a limb or something like that, but like, deaths on work sites. It should be a very antiquated idea, I think. I spilled acid on myself last week. Shit happens. And a lot of it is very hard to prevent. Again, look, accidents are one thing. I get it. Like, people are dying. Like, it's very unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
Incredible, right? Kids can't even play here. Felipe's kid sister got hurt playing on the pile of stuff yesterday. There's no place else close for kids to play. I don't know, I wish I could do something about it. Yeah, but what? What's that, Elaine? Up there, what's that? Hey, yeah, where'd that come from? I don't know, but I'm sure it wasn't there the other day. I would have seen it. Well, let's check it out. Hey, look at that. Yeah, it's weird, boy. I seen one of those somewhere before. I've seen pictures of them. Something we use them for houses. Well, it doesn't look strong enough for that. Yeah, but it sure feels funny now. Sure, the one I saw had people climbing all over it. Hey, just like this one over here. That's what it's for. Kids play on it.
I don't know. I guess.
Hey.
It says New York City, that's what it says.
Hey, this is just what all I need. And the kids will have to be paying on a pile of junk. Sure, that's a great idea. Yeah, but who's gonna pay for it? We built it. Think we could? No, me neither. Or somebody has to do it. They're taxed around. Well, it's worth a try. Let's go. 95 Avenue B, that's the place. Try that. See? In the window? Well, come on. This is the place, all right.
Hi, can I help you?
We were just over at the daycare center. We saw the things you guys built.
Oh, the domes, huh? You like them?
Yeah, they're bad. You want to build one?
Well, it is not just that simple. But why don't you come to the front office and we will talk why you want to build one, okay?
We thought that a dome would make this empty lot safe for the kids to play in. And be more fun, too. And make it look much better than it does now.
Well, that looks like a good start. Okay, I think we could help you. But you gotta learn a little basic know-how first, okay?
Hey, Gino! Oh, you're meeting, man. What's happening?
No, vaya, this is this young plus over here. They would like to learn how to make a dome. Edgar, the person who's going to teach you.
Yeah. Domes are mainly based on angles. Does anybody know what an angle is?
2 lines that meet.
Right. Here's two pieces of wood. Somebody nailed them together. Now let's say this is an angle. It's 180 degrees. It's one line. And half of this angle would be 90 degrees. The angle is the measurement from here to here, right where the 2 lines meet. Okay, have you ever seen this angle before?
Yeah, like here.
Right, that's the same angle, 90 degrees. Where else have we seen these angles?
Buildings.
The buildings, right, just like the building that we're in. It's got the base and the side. What happens when you push it? Go ahead, try it. Okay, so it collapses.
Yeah, but if they have 4 sides, it'll be more like a building and it'll be stronger.
Okay, you may be right. Let's find out. Okay, so now it looks more like a building, right? Now, what do you think would happen if we push it again from one of the sides? Let's see. The square is weak. So maybe if we take 1 piece of wood out, we stay with 3, it'll just be 3 angles, then we'll see what happens, okay? It's one less board, one less nail. That makes less material.
I'll even come back to a hippie math tutor session. I'm not sure what we're watching, to be honest. Like, Fred's actually not here to explain it because he took off. But I'm assuming this is like a community organization and they help kids build play equipment, but they're teaching them how to beat up themselves so they're self-sufficient, I guess.
Now we have 3 sides.
If interested, GDF channel, The Betrayal of Bernie Sanders video after the afters. All right, give us a sec. This one, I don't think this is very long. Yeah, we've got a couple minutes left. We'll check that out. After the afters.
Triangle, right. Now let's see if this is strong.
What's that? Triangle.
Okay. So it's strong. You two try it. Now, why would that be stronger than the other one? The other one had 4 pieces of wood.
Because it could take the pressure more evenly.
And a triangle is where a dome begins.
Tomorrow, if you could make it in the morning, we will put you to work, all right?
Right on to that.
Okay.
Vaya.
Okay. We measure our pipes by cutting 2 guides. We measure 10 pipes at a time. As the pipes are being measured, they're transported to the cutting section. Once the pipe is cut, it goes to be flattened in another machine that we have, which is a kick press. The reason why the pipes are flattened is because they have to be bolted together. And that's done after it's drilled, which takes us to the drill press. And
yeah,
once all the pipes are drilled, then we're ready for color coding. The reason that we color code the pipes is because we have 3 different lengths, and sometimes the lengths are similar to one another. And when we're in the construction, we have to know which pipe goes
like
where.
with that
When you're going to start assembling, you have the person that is the supervisor. What he does is he begins the assembly by laying out the first 5 pipes, which form a pentagon, which consists of 5 triangles. After these pipes are laid out, the people, the workers, will then bolt them together. Once each level is bolted, then comes the part of tightening it up. After a little while, a little work, your dome is ready for any kind of use you have in mind. You can use it as a tent, as a tool, as a toy, anything you want to.
There we go. Some positive vibes. There it is. The truth about Nick Fuentes. Dun, dun, dun. Hell yeah, triangle. Strong as fuck. Interested? GDF channel. The Betrayal of Bernie Sanders. Let's see if it comes up. Is GDF the name of the channel? Is that what you're saying? Oh, wait. I should have typed that in. Opa. The Bernie Sanders Betrayal? That one? I do appreciate triangles much more since building. Let's get away from the drugs. The drug-addled tree sniffers, shall we?
I rely on all my patrons because I am not advertiser friendly and I have 0 sponsors. Thank you all for your help and support. In August of 2014, Bernie Sanders held what turned out...
Oh, this is like a 70s New York looking like Gaza. Savage, bro. It's so funny. Oh man, I love GDF. What's GDF? Just quick diversion, please. More about this channel.
On the
and
eve of the American
Damn,
invasion,
no description.
Saddam Hussein's Iraq suffered little...
How Iraqis got so good at smoking American soldiers. Interesting. Right,
I rely on all my patrons for your help and be an explosive town hall. In August of 2014, Bernie Sanders held what turned out to be an explosive town hall meeting. In the backdrop of Israel's then ongoing destruction of Gaza, following years of land, air, and sea blockade. When asked about what he intended to do about Israel's widespread destruction, which ultimately included some 18,000 homes destroyed and more than 2,000 people killed, Sanders stunned supporters by adopting pro-Israel talking points.
Has Israel overreacted? Have they bombed UN facilities? The answer is yes. That is terribly, terribly wrong in my mind. On the other hand, and there is another hand on this issue, you have a situation where Hamas is sending missiles into Israel. Okay. And you know where some of those missiles are coming from? They're coming from populated areas. That's a fact. Hamas has used money that came into Gaza for construction purposes, and God knows they need roads and all the things that they need, and used some of that money to build these very sophisticated tunnels into Israel.
You know who
for
GDF
military
is?
purposes.
I'll abide, but like everybody seems to know who the fuck GDF is. I'm being initiated by the clan right now. Look at all that prime waterfront real estate. Hard to explain, but you can check out some of his videos or titles. He does a lot of research on the powers and the atrocities they create, right? Whoa.
Purposes. And I'm trying to sophisticated tunnels that they need for construction purposes, and God knows they need roads and all the things that they need, and use some of that money to build these very sophisticated tunnels into Israel for military purposes. And I'm trying to... Look, if you don't...
Yes, they did.
You know, excuse me, shut up. You don't have the microphone. You've asked... You know, I don't want police officers here.
You're going to arrest people?
No, I'm not going to arrest people, but are you going to allow us... Are you going to allow us to have a discussion? What do you think?
You come down here. You're up there. Come down and be democratic. So I can discussion with people.
Are you asking for the point?
Occupied populations have the right to resist.
Bernie's takes were all the more shocking given his record of anti-war activism. He voted...
What the fuck? What is this? Oh my god. Well, Jew do love tunnels. Wow, this is... Man, this is where the Americans, they have a incredible system at the end of the day. Like the town hall meeting stuff is a mental idea. It's a mental idea. And I can't believe he was like full on, will you shut up? Who knows what the context of that was, how much they cut out of the town meeting before that happened. But damn, eh? Fiery meeting there.
Against both Iraq wars, for example, something he boasts about proudly.
I urge my fellow members to ask the president.
Occupy YouTube, let's have a sit-in. That's what we're doing in the afters. We're having a sit-in. We're just going to all congregate on one video and watch it on replay. And then we're going to crash their servers. We'll get everybody on YouTube to watch the same thing and start crashing it.
To stop the bombing immediately. A preemptive war against Iraq would be a terrible mistake.
War is a human abomination.
War is a horror.
This video wasn't my original plan. In fact, I intended to do a profile on Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee for the New York mayoral race. But in researching Mamdani's meteoric rise, I found myself reliving these last 2 years. Just days after October 7th, Mamdani was arrested outside pro-Israel stalwart Chuck Schumer's home.
Zohran Mamdani shamelessly joined an anti-Israel mob outside Senator Schumer's home.
The New York assemblyman was already warning of an imminent genocide.
We are looking at imminent genocide.
Credibly, as it turned out, in line with the very early warnings of UN experts, the Center for Constitutional Rights, and even Israeli Holocaust scholars, including Raz Siegel.
More than 800 international law and genocide scholars have signed on to a public statement arguing Gaza is being subjected to a genocidal siege and destructive assault.
The idea anyone can stand up and talk about anything in a town hall, same as being a streamer. Would you have a forced audience? Bernie has a lot of influence on Mamdani right now. Yeah, it seems so. AI Summary, the channel provides an in-depth analysis-driven videos on military history, foreign policy, and current events in regions like the Middle East and Central Asia, focused on geopolitical analysis, history, and conflict, often covering controversial topics like the Israel lobby, it's controversial, the Iraq War, and various global conflicts. I started watching him on Instagram, then he made a YouTube channel, I think. Very interesting.
All of them, including the Holocaust and Genocide Studies scholars among them, there's quite a few and some very influential scholars in the field, are all very concerned about what in my view is already a genocidal assault, but certainly the prospect of genocidal assault.
And Brown University's Omer Bartov, considered a leading expert in the field.
The possibility of genocide is staring us in the face. And one thing we know about genocide is that it often begins with ethnic cleansing. In fact, that's what happened in the Holocaust.
Indeed, in reviewing Mamdani's record, I couldn't help but get angry as I was reliving a profound betrayal. Of course, we remember the now infamous declaration from Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant just 2 days after October 7th, ordering to cut off electricity, food, and water to the Strip. Gallant also said that they were fighting human animals. But Israel's supporters assured the world that he was merely talking about Hamas, given that his order to cut off food, water, and electricity by definition applied to the entire population of Gaza. This claim was naturally unconvincing. On top of the siege, the scale of Israel's bombing campaign was clearly unprecedented. The reality was setting in, and it was clear that each day mattered enormously, given that the scale and pace of the bombing, the lack of food, and the lack of energy required to pump water was going to cause a catastrophe.
هنا الأطفال والشيوخ والكبار لا أستطيع أن أقدم لهم أنا أونروا لو أنا مديرة هذا اللواء ولا أستطيع أن أقدم لهم أي شيء لا أكل ولا شرب فعم بدنا أنسولين ناس بتموت بدها أنسولين مش قادرين نوفر لها شيء.
By the end of the month, the director of the New York office for the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights resigned over what he called textbook genocide. But by the end of the month, with each day a grueling slog through mere images of apocalyptic destruction and displacement, there was a noticeably absent voice among those desperately ringing the alarm bells. In an open letter signed by over 400 former staffers of Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, the signatories urged Bernie to introduce a ceasefire resolution.
Hi, Bernie.
Hey, Bernie.
Hi, Senator Sanders. You, Bernie, are the strongest voice in the U.S. Senate on progressive foreign policy.
We are disappointed that you have not taken leadership in this moment, calling for a ceasefire.
While your statements thus far have called for the bombs and missiles from both sides to end, we urge you to stand with those in the U.S. House of Representatives who have introduced a formal resolution calling for a ceasefire in the region. That House resolution was introduced on the 16th of October, when already 2,600 Palestinians had been killed, according to the text of the resolution.
This guy sounds AI. It's very monotone, yeah. Show cops used to be chasing drugs, crazy times. Then it was legalized and it became educational show. Audience stopped watching. Now we need government open mic to make us feel smarter. Script isn't AI, maybe. No, it doesn't seem to be of that sense. I think it's just his delivery, isn't it? It's just matter of fact. De-emotional.
Sponsors included Ayanna Presley, Rashida Tlaib, Andre Carson, Summer Lee, Delia Ramirez, Bonnie Watson-Coleman, Jesus Choi Garcia, Jonathan Jackson, AOC, Ilhan Omar, Nidia Velasquez. Two other sponsors, Jamal Bowman and Corey Bush, are no longer on the Hill owing to a record-breaking AIPAC spending campaign. In the letter from Bernie's former staffers, which was published on the 24th of October, the numbers killed had reached over 5,000, underscoring the rate of killing. Again, each day mattered a great deal, and each day that Bernie was not calling for a ceasefire baffled many.
And we are here because we know the senator is not the kind of person who would wait for double digits of massacre before he speaks out to say this is wrong and we need a ceasefire. We know he is not that kind of leader. We know that. That's why we're here calling on him to be the first voice in the Senate to explicitly call for a ceasefire now.
President Biden clearly values your counsel, as is shown by the ways you've managed to shape the outcomes of his presidency. We urge you to make it clear what is at stake in this crisis politically, morally, and strategically. Many of us, your former staff, are Muslim and/or Arab, and were inspired to support your campaign because of your calls to end the forever wars waged against people who look like us and worship like us. We felt proud to serve a candidate who acknowledged the plight and humanity of Palestinians and who spoke out against the Israeli occupation.
We are going to have to treat the Palestinian people with respect and dignity.
The occupation must be ended.
Many of us, your former staff, share your Jewish heritage. Like your family, many of our families had entire sections erased from existence by Nazi barbarism in the Holocaust. It is our duty to stand up and say that our pain and sorrow at the losses on October 7th will not be weaponized to justify the ethnic cleansing or genocide of Palestinian civilians. We are seeing a revitalization of the anti-war and pro-peace movement across the country, a movement you have led for decades. You are the strongest voice in the U.S. Senate on progressive foreign policy. We need you to stand up forcefully, as you always have, against war and bombs, and for peace, freedom, and justice. Indeed, Jewish activists for Palestine, most notably those under the banners of Jewish Voice for Peace and If Not Now, had blocked entrances near the White House, occupied a Capitol building rotunda, and shut down New York's Grand Central Station in just the month of October 2023. They called for a ceasefire in Gaza and were arrested for doing so.
We've already seen more than 7,000 Palestinians be killed, close to 3,000 Palestinian children, one Palestinian child killed every 15 minutes. These New Yorkers and so many across the state are saying the time is now for a ceasefire, and if you're not calling for it, you're supporting a genocide.
And these were just some of the protests they held across the country. On the 30th of October, Ali Harb wrote for Al Jazeera, Bernie Sanders' failure to back Israel got
Peace deal, yay. Then Israel court votes to enact their law as the law of the land in the West Bank. Peace, but under our rules to come. Yeah, well, that's the thing, the peace deal, as we were able to quantify, doesn't actually extend into the West Bank at all. It only relates to Gaza. And they're not even taking that seriously, let's be honest. Only Trump could bring peace to the Middle East. Hey, well, Xi Jinping, we saw him just a second ago praising Trump for bringing peace to the Middle East. Only Trump could do it, apparently.
Gaza ceasefire upsets U.S. followers.
Killed 104 people in Gaza the other day. As in, like, I heard that too, but is that the running total since the ceasefire? Or you mean 104 people in one day? Because I thought that was the running total. But if that's 104 people in one day, that's back to pre-ceasefire numbers. And we're right back to where we started before. In terms of what's being reported by the mainstream media anyway, right?
As the Israeli military offensive in Gaza intensifies, killing thousands of children and leveling entire neighborhoods, Sanders has not called for a ceasefire. Because of his reputation as an anti-war voice, critics say he is uniquely positioned to amplify demands for ending the hostilities in Gaza. Quoting Ava Borgwart, political director at If Not Now, we need leaders with the courage and the legacy of anti-war activism to say all human life is precious by demanding a ceasefire. If anyone can do that in the Senate, it is Senator Sanders. Jewish activists had just protested the week prior at Bernie Sanders' office demanding he back a ceasefire and were arrested for doing so.
Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now.
Bernie Sanders, we need you to call for a ceasefire now.
Sanders was apparently unmoved. As Harb explains, throughout his two presidential campaigns, Sanders led a surging progressive...
How many trucks? So from my understanding, and it's hard to get a good report on this, but they need about 600 to go through, I think, a day. And, yeah, blockaders and peace. And I think they're letting like 200. So they've let a third. Let's just go with a third. I don't know what the exact numbers is, but let's say they're letting, reportedly, a third of what is needed come through. So they're still in starvation mode, and like with intense issues when it comes to medical needs. Like they're still not getting what they need basically, and it's like via a factor of that. I'm pretty sure, like it's a third of what they should be getting. So this is really just a kind of a front to get people to stop talking about it, I think. And so that all the world agrees to all the world media anyway, just agrees to stop kind of talking about it like incessantly. I am not a robot. I am not a robot. What is this, Jag? You guys see that? Kind of. What's this one? CNN World. I don't think I can click on that. Jerusalem. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Tuesday ordered the Israeli military to carry out immediate powerful strikes in Gaza after Israel accused Hamas of violating. Is this because they ran over like an unexploded shell or something like that? At the conclusion of the security consultations, Prime Minister Netanyahu instructed the military echelon to carry out immediate powerful strike in the Gaza Strip. The office of the Prime Minister said in a short-term statement, the military official of Hamas had attacked Israeli troops east of the so-called Yellow Line, which separates Israel's occupied Gaza from the remainder of the territory. Defense Minister Israel Katz said Hamas would pay a heavy price for an attack on the IDF and vowed Israel would respond with great force. Oh, that's not the link that you sent. Oh, no, but yeah, actually, let me see if I can open it properly then. Oh, here we go. Deadliest day in Gaza since the ceasefire. Israel launches wave of strikes, accusing Hamas of breaching the truce. Okay, here, this is the one. Okay, I wonder what happened before then. Jerusalem. Israel strikes in Gaza have killed at least 104 people, including dozens of children, the enclave health authorities said on Wednesday. Oh, so it is in one day. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu instructed the military to carry out immediate powerful strikes. Hamas denounced what it called a criminal bombardment by Israel, which it said violated ceasefire agreement. It also denied attacking Israel soldiers and reaffirmed its commitment to the truce. At least 104 people were killed in the strikes across Gaza over Tuesday, according to the Ministry of Health in the battered enclave. These include at least 46 children and 20 women. Fuck. UN Security General Antonio Guterres condemned the killing of civilians and said all actions that undermine the ceasefire and endanger civilian lives, his spokesperson said on Wednesday. There are no medicines or medical supplies to treat the wounded and the sick. But they didn't really say what it was for. The US president said it was his understanding that they killed an Israeli soldier without naming Hamas. So the Israelis hit back. Nothing is going to jeopardize the ceasefire, he added. Okay? Repeating threats that Hamas would be terminated. Nothing is going to threaten my ceasefire. Israel says Hamas staged discovery. Damn, that's crazy. Hamas soldiers. McVicker sharpening Hamas soldiers. Like their definition of that is any male over the age of 8. Yeah. Bernie got burnt in 2016. Cuck. Coward. It's heavy, man. And like from what I heard, from the report that I heard on this, is that it's likely that there was an Israeli troop that, or there was Israeli personnel that got killed, but like they were driving around and they ran over an unexploded ordnance of some sort because it's a big problem, apparently. And then they've used that as a justification to do some strikes. Heavy stuff, man. So 104 in one day. I thought it was total. That's back to pre-peace deal levels. Scary, isn't it?
Movement in U.S. politics that adopted the Palestinian issue as a core tenet of its agenda. Sanders' message at the time resonated deeply with Arab and Muslim American communities, who rallied around his campaign and helped him win the Michigan Democratic primary in 2016 in one of the race's largest upsets. Omar Badar, a Palestinian-American analyst who supported Sanders' 2020 presidential campaign, said it is, quote, hard to convey the depth of the disappointment. Amer Zahar, Palestinian-American comedian and activist who campaigned for Sanders in Arab communities across the country, also voiced dismay. After the massive support Bernie received from Arab, Muslim, and Palestinian Americans in 2016 and 2020, we would have expected he would have been one of the first to urge an immediate ceasefire. His failure to do so is an affront. His voice could open the door for many others to say the same. To call his actions or lack thereof a massive disappointment would be understating the hurt. Harp also quotes Noor Ali, a Michigan activist, as saying, while the Republican Party is outright in their Islamophobia, many Arab and Muslim Americans are realizing that the Democratic Party, both moderates and progressives, have used us as a talking point. On the 5th of November of 2023, Bernie Sanders gave an interview to CNN's Dana Bash to respond to the recent protest at his office.
I want to just clarify.
What issue? What are you talking about? I tried YouTube. Agree, Jerry. No issue. There's been an issue with something? Oh, this is recent. Has anyone heard of the Panama Deception? I have not. Tell me about it. Or shall I? Shall I get my research assistant to tell me about it? What's it called? The Panama Deception. What is the Panama Deception? Refers both to a specific U.S. military intervention in 1989 invasion of Panama and to a 1992 documentary film that exposed and criticized the U.S. government's justification of media coverage of that invasion. Let's break it down. Operation Just Cause. President George H.W. Bush. Arrest General Manuel Noriega, the Panamanian leader accused of drug trafficking. Yeah, it's interesting. And like, didn't this have something to do with other people trying to get access to the Panama Canal? Like there were, I think it was like the Chinese or something like that, and the Americans wanted to seize it back. And so like they've done with what's his name in Venezuela, Maduro in Venezuela, they've just been like, look, he's a drug dealer, get him. But like he was, I think this person was like tied to organized crime and stuff like that. Trying to upload the doco somewhere, but it can be watched here. Okay. We are jumping. I might. Oh, it's a full documentary. Oh, okay. I might watch that separately then, or for another after session. Noriega was captured. Like they went all around like Panama trying to find him and stuff like that, right? And because the Americans were already stationed in there, and so something happened with the CIA, and the CIA just they had to. He knew that they were coming after him, and then he disappeared, and they were chasing him all around the city or something. The U.S. deployed 27,000 troops alongside 12,000 already stationed in Panama. Civilian casualties were extreme. Estimates range from several hundred to several thousand. My God. I have just returned, and I think I can see my name on the Twitch chat. Please tell me. What's going on with you two? And YouTube. Oh, by the way, did you respond to me before, Jerry? Are you? Oh no, you did say that you've got a list together. I am eagerly anticipating your list for Australian Far Right Fridays. All right, I'm gonna have to watch this separately. Maybe we can continue this tomorrow if people are still interested. But I do actually have to leave earlier this evening, so I'm gonna have to call the afters session a bit short. It's been all over the place. We've watched some interesting stuff in the afters. My God, crazy footage from the '70s, New York. We watched Xi and Trump meet. We're learning about the betrayal of Bernie Sanders right now. Understanding that what's really going on in Palestine. Interesting discussions too. There was some crazy chat going on before. I'll continue the sit-in from Twitch, though it's had quiet. But yeah, I do have to leave it there today. Unfortunately, I got to go a bit early. But yes. We've covered a lot of territory today. And like he was going to make this about Zohran, which would have been interesting. Because it's like there's a lot of footage in here of Zohran, being an activist for Palestinian rights and liberation. So I wonder what his position now is as a mayoral candidate. He's had to really pull back on some of the rhetoric because like they keep hitting him up with like, intifada rhetoric. And calling him anti-Semitic and all this sort of stuff. So he's had to back off. And he started using kind of, what do they call it? J Street rhetoric. So the lobby group, the Jewish lobbies that help kind of set the tone of the language that he uses in his mayoral campaign. He started using a bit of that, like ramping up talks about, hostages, Israeli hostages, as opposed to Hamas being a liberation force. But yeah, thanks everybody. I thought that it's interesting that he went down the road of investigating Zohran and then he's ended up on Bernie and Bernie's betrayal. The plot thickens. Like every day we learn more about the real Bernie Sanders. It's heavy. Panama deception. When your missus thinks it's normal sex, but you surprise her with right in the canal. Lovely. Lovely. Did that get through the censor? No way it got through the censor. No, it didn't. Yeah, it was just me reading that out. Good on you. Good on you. All right. All right. Very funny. The Panama deception. Wonder why ChatGPT didn't respond with that one, dilemmas. All right. We got to leave it there. But thank you very much for hanging out. And we have got another Far Right Fridays coming, an Australian version of Far Right Fridays coming up tomorrow, courtesy of the infamous Jerry Poppins. I'm hoping to get a link very, very soon so I can check it all out. Me and 4AS are working on a new podcast. We'll be doing that very soon. So there'll be a new podcast coming out on Sunday. So if you're on the Revolutionary Think Tank podcast channel, make sure you keep your eyes out for that over the weekend. And yeah, thank you everybody for your interactions. It's been interesting. Thanks for the sit-in, as Squib has described it. And I will see you all on the morrow. Until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow.